Buddy, our apologies for running over our
Recording
time.
in progress.
Um, okay, so we're going to call the meeting to order at 6:22. Okay. It's my pleasure to introduce students of Ortega Elementary School, Charlie and Emerson, who will lead us in the flag salute, read the land acknowledgement, and provide highlights of their school. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And acknowledgement. Pacifica School District acknowledges that rather unceded ancestral homelands of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. As guests, we humbly extend our gratitude to the Ramaytush Ohlone elders and community. We recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland, and we affirm that their children's rights as First Peoples. As the origin stewards of this land, the Ramaytush Ohlone understand the interconnectedness of all things and importance of maintaining harmony with nature. Likewise, Pacifica School District commits to teaching our school community how to be responsible stewards of this land.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Charlie. I really like going to Golden Village. Some of the foods I tried was the matzo soup from Israel. Mrs. Hall's mini meatballs from Norway. My favorite was mango lassi from India. Overall, I had a great time at Rebel Village with my friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, should we do Kelly next? Okay. We're gonna take this moment. Oh,
Yes, I will be agenda.
Okay, roll.
yeah, let's take roll.
Trustee Berdahl.
Here.
Trustee Burkett.
Here.
Trustee Doggett.
Here.
Trustee Liddell.
Here.
Trustee Bueller.
Here. Okay, so we're gonna move to Ad Kai because she needs to take her oath of office.
You want me to just say it? I have to stand.
Official.
My third one?
Yes, it is.
I did.
Congratulations.
Marie.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to the board of trustees. This is my pleasure. I will now read the oath for trustee Doggett. Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Kai Doggett,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I will take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
but I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon I'm about to enter.
I would like to present to you your, from the County of San Mateo, your certification of election. This is certified that Kai Doggett was appointed to the office of governing board member, Pacifica School District, in lieu of holding the presidential general election in San Mateo County on the 5th day of November 2024. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and affixed my official seal this 5th day of December 2024. Mark Church, Chief Election Officer and Assessor County Clerk Recorder. Thank you and congratulations.
All right. So moving on. The district records the audio portion of the meetings. All recordings are kept in the superintendent's office for 30 days and are available during that time period for inspection by members of the public on district equipment without charge. In-person speakers wishing to address the board on agenda or non-agenda items, please complete a request card with your name, address, and the item number and submit it to the board president or superintendent. You will be called to address the board and may speak up for up to 3 minutes. Virtual speakers wishing to address the board on agenda or non-agenda items, please submit your first and last name and agenda item you wish to speak on in the Q&A area of the webinar. Please do not submit comments or questions in the Q&A area. You will be called to address the board. Your microphone will be unmuted and you may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please note, the public is welcome to provide comment to the board. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes unless extended or limited by vote of the board. A maximum of 20 minutes, unless extended by the board, is allocated for each subject discussed. The Brown Act open meeting regulations under which the board must operate do not allow board members to comment on non-agenda items or information you may bring up that are not on the agenda. Additionally, no action can be taken. However, the board may give direction to staff following a comment. And we're on number 7, approval of the agenda. Are there any questions? No. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Please raise your hands. Motion passes 5-0.
Report out on closed session items. The board met in closed session item to discuss the closed section items. 5A. Should I read all of them? 5A, conference with labor negotiators, government code section 54957.6, agency designated representative, Darnice Williams, superintendent, employee organization, California School Employees Association. No action was taken. 5B, conference with labor negotiators, government code section 54957.6, agency designated representative, Darnice Williams, superintendent, employee organization, Laguna Salada Education Association. No action was taken. Conference with labor negotiators, government code section 54957.6, agency designated representative, Darnice Williams, superintendent, employee organization, Laguna Salada Management Association. No action was taken. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release complaint, 7 employees. No action was taken. Moving on to number 9. Annual board reorganization, and this is an action item. Number 1, election of 2025 officers and appointment of secretary to the board. Denise?
Yes.
Before we start the election of officers, trustee Needy Patel has an announcement to make.
Okay. It is with a heavy heart that I say that my family circumstances have changed and I'm no longer able to be on the board of Pacific School District. Effective the end of December will be my last day. And I just wanted to say it's been such an honor to support in some small way, in the way that I have, the staff and teachers of every single school site in the district. And it's just been wonderful to see
all the growth of students. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'd like to have trustee Patel, you would come forward, please. President of the local. We'd like to offer you this award of appreciation. We'd like to thank you. I personally would like to thank you as well for being such an incredible voice in Pacifica for our students and for our community, to be a fierce advocacy for what is right for children, particularly in the area of academics, enrichment, growth, safety, social and emotional development, and all over. You will surely be missed. And with that, the appreciation of this award presented to Neetu Patel in recognition of your dedicated service as a board of trustees, member of the Pacifica School District from August 19th, 2021 to December 31st, 2024. Thank you for your leadership and commitment in making a difference for our students, families, and community members. Presented this day, December 18th, 2024. And the lovely.
Thank you.
A photo. Thank you so much.
I would just also like to add and thank trustee Patel as well too, because as you know, she was a teacher. And so everything that she would say in the meetings, I would take at heart as a teacher. Thank you. Does anybody else want to say anything?
I'd like to say thank you. I'm gonna really miss you.
Yes.
I'm gonna miss you. And
Yeah,
don't go, please.
yes, thank you very much. It's been a great contribution for the team and we're gonna miss you.
And we wish you and your family the best. Thank you.
Okay. We will now take nominations for board president for the 2025 school year. I would like to nominate Elizabeth Bradall as president.
I will second that.
All in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes 4-0.
And we will now take nominations for vice president. I will make a nominate Kai Doggett for vice president.
I'll second it.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes 5-0.
And we will now take nominations for clerk. I would like to nominate Linda Brokini for clerk.
I'll second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes 5-0.
And now we will take nominations for vice clerk.
That
one's empty.
That one's empty. That one's empty.
And next, we will now take action to appoint Darnice R. Williams, superintendent, as secretary to the board. Do I have a motion to appoint Darnice Williams, superintendent, as secretary to the board?
I'll second.
In favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes 5-0.
And now we're going to rotate our given seats. New given seats.
And look at
We have to take our name. Oh, yes. Strange ceremony. It is. Where we put it in. We got you.
Okay, thank you. It's, yeah, hand it over. You just here.
Very well coordinated. Oh, thank you for the vacancy. This I'll have one of them.
We each have one or no? Just me. All right. Okay, item 2, resolution 2024-12-18-A. That was the delegation of authorities. So we need to go down to the approval of the resolution.
Oh, we have to go to the appointment.
Oh, okay.
You have to vote that.
That's the resolution 2024-12-18. Okay, so we can move around. Okay, I thought we just did that. Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay, we'll take appointment to appoint Dr. Darnie Swin as superintendent as secretary of the board. We just did that.
We just did that.
We just did that already.
Okay.
So it's resolution 2024-12-18-A. Delegation of authority. Dr. Williams.
Yes. All right, so, thank you, everyone, in terms of resolution, 2024-12-18A. The resolution of the Board of Education of the Pacifica, School District, will be the delegation of authority. And we are going to actually, I asked Madam President if we can go to 24-12-18C.
C. Okay. Yes. Okay, approval of resolution 2025. Oh, no, that's it. It's not a C on there.
It's on the thing if you need this. It's here.
Okay, it's not on these notes, but approval of resolution 2024-12-18-C.
It's adopting procedures for a provisional appointment to fill a board vacancy.
It's just not on my.
It's number 7.
Whereas trustee Neeti Patel will resign from the Pacifica School District Board of Trustees effective December 31st, 2024. Whereas pursuant to Education Code Section 5090, Government Code Sections 1770 and 1099, and Board Bylaws 9223, a vacancy is created when a sitting trustee resigns their office. Whereas Education Code Section 5091 and Board Bylaws 9223 provide that when a vacancy occurs in the board may, within 60 days, either order a special election or make a provisional appointment to fill the vacancy. Whereas the San Mateo County Registrar's Office has estimated that a special election will cost the district between $343,000 and $411,600. Whereas the board has determined therefore that it is in the best interest of the district to make a provisional appointment to fill the vacancy. Whereas Board Bylaw 9223 provides that when making a provisional appointment, the following process must be followed. The district shall advertise the vacancy in the local media to solicit candidate applications. 2, a committee consisting of less than a quorum of the board shall screen the applicants and announce the names of the candidates. 3, the board shall interview candidates at a public meeting, accept oral or written public input, and select a provisional appointee by majority vote. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District does hereby resolve, determine, and order as follows. After approval. 1, the board hereby initiates provisional appointment process to fill trustee Patel's seat on the board. 2, the superintendent or designee shall solicit applications or nominations from the eligible person interested in serving on the board, on the district board. Eligible candidates must meet the following minimum criteria as required by Education Code 35107. A, candidate must be at least 18 years of age. B, the candidate must be a citizen of California. C, the candidate must be a resident of the district. D, the candidate must be a registered voter. E, the candidate must not be disqualified from holding a civil office. 3, a screening committee consisting of board member to be determined and board member 2 to be determined shall screen applicants and announce the names of the candidates. The superintendent or designee will follow the San Mateo County Superintendent of Schools of the board's intent to fill the vacancy. Will notify the San Mateo County Superintendent of Schools of the board's intent to fill the vacancy by forwarding an executed copy of this resolution. The tentative timeline attached as Exhibit A shall guide the provisional appointment process. The superintendent or designee is authorized to make changes to this timeline if necessary to carry out the purpose of this resolution. The superintendent or designee will publish the notice attached as Exhibit B in a newspaper of general circulation within the district, at the district office, and wherever else she deems appropriate. 7, the superintendent or designee shall develop an interview and selection process that promotes fairness and efficiency. 8, the superintendent or her designee is delegated the authority to take such additional actions as may be required to carry out the purpose of this resolution. If adopted by the board this evening, the foregoing resolution will be passed and we will move on accordingly. It is a recommendation of the superintendent and the cabinet that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution 2024-12-18-C.
Are there any questions regarding the resolution? No. No. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution 2024-12-18-C?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes by.
Okay, I believe now we have the approval of resolution 2024-12-18-B. Dr. Davis?
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, members of the community, Superintendent Williams. I'm up here for us to try to get the approval of resolution 2024-12-18-B, authorized signatures, and it is an action item. As such, Education Code Section 52632 states, each order drawn on the funds of a school district shall be signed by at least the majority of the members of the governing board of the district or by a person or persons authorized by the governing board to sign orders in its name. No person other than an officer or employee of the district shall be authorized to sign orders. As such, it is recommended that the board approve resolution 2024-12-18-B, authorizing Darnese Williams, Dwayne Davis, Carissa Bowman, Carla Chen Chavez Torres, and Martha Ladd as persons who can sign orders in the name of the board.
Okay, are there any questions regarding this resolution? And do I have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes by 0.
Thank you very much.
So A now. Okay, so now we have resolution 2024-12-18-A, designation of authority. Dr. Williams.
Good evening again to the Board of Trustees. I come before you with consideration of resolution number 24-12-18-8, delegation of authority from the Board of Trustees to the Superintendent for the 2025 calendar year. Whereas Education Code Section 35161 provides the district's board of education may delegate to an officer or employee any power or duty granted by the board by law, provided the board retains the ultimate responsibility for the performance of the delegated duties. And whereas the Education Code allows other specific delegations of authority related to contracting, purchasing, and drawing orders for warrants. Education Code Section 17604, 17605, 42631, 42632, and 42633. And whereas the Board of Education wishes to provide for the efficient management of the district in the public interest. And now therefore be it resolved that one, authority consistent with law and district rules, the authority delegated herein shall be exercised in a manner consistent with the district's board policies and administrative regulations, adopted budget, existing personnel rules, collective bargaining agreements, state and federal laws. 3, acceptance of resignation, retirement, and hiring. The Board of Education hereby delegates to the superintendent and the superintendent's designees the authority to accept the resignation and or retirement of any employee in the district and to hire certificated and classified employees other than management, supervisory employees. These actions shall be presented to the board as information items after the actions are taken. 3, approval of warrants. The Board of Education hereby delegates to the superintendent and his or her designees the authority to approve commercial warrants subject to ratification by the board. 4, approval of district orders. The Board of Education hereby delegates the superintendent and her designees to the authority to sign district orders drawn on district funds on behalf of the board itself. The signatures of all persons authorized to sign district orders on the board's behalf shall be filed with the county superintendent of schools as required by Education Code, Section 42633. 5, non-public school placement of special education students. The Board of Education hereby delegates the superintendent and the superintendent's designee the authority to approve non-public school placements of special education students, except for new placements, subject to Education Code 53342, whose parents desire to appear before the Board of Education concerning the non-public school placement of their child. 6, sale of surplus personal property at public auction. The Board of Education hereby delegates to the superintendent and his or her designee the authority to sell at public auction surplus property in accordance with the procedure set forth in Education Code, Section 17545. Said employees are also delegated authority to A, reject bids, and B, transfer personal property to the highest responsible bidder upon completion of the auction and after payment has been received by the district. 7, bids, changes, orders, change orders, goods and services, except work. The Board of Education hereby delegates the superintendent and her designees the authority to A, advertise for bids, B, purchase goods and services, including labor and materials, C, approve change orders in accordance with Public Contracts Code Section 20118.4 and D. Finally, accept work on behalf of the district consistent with the limitations set forth in this resolution. All contracts for consulting services except in emergency situations or for services in a special education individual education plan must be reviewed and approved by the Board of Education prior to the district entering into the agreement. 8, acceptance of gifts. The Board of Education hereby delegates to the superintendent the authority to accept gifts to the Pacifica School District and to acknowledge receipt and value of any gift accepted. The superintendent may refuse to accept a gift when to do so is in the best interest of the district. Gifts or requests of or money may not require for the immediate necessities of the district shall be brought to the attention of the board, which may direct the investment of such funds in accordance with Education Code 41030. 9, emergency action. The Board of Education hereby delegates to the superintendent the authority to take such emergency action as may be required to protect the health, safety, and property of students and staff, as well as the interests of the district. Emergency actions shall be subsequently reported to the board. 10,
Policy implementation, administrative regulations. The Board of Education hereby delegates to the superintendent the authority to carry out the policies of the board and to issue appropriate administrative regulations implementing such policies. Administrative regulations do not need to be approved by the board. However, new and modified administrative regulations shall be presented to the board, and the board reserves the right to modify or rescind any such regulations. 11. Revocation of prior delegations. All prior delegations of authority approved by the board are hereby revoked with the exception of any delegations of authority set forth by any board policy or administrative regulation currently existing in the district and previously approved by the board. It is recommended that the Board of Education for Pacifica School District adopts resolution number 2024-12-18-A.
Any questions? No. Do you have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Do you have a second?
Second. All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, on to item 4. Item 4 is the approval of the 2025-26 school year regular board meeting calendar. Dr. Williams.
Good evening again. Good evening again to the Board of Trustees. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees, as you have reviewed the proposed calendar for the 25-26 school year for regular board meetings, wondering if there are any questions. Okay, it is recommended that based on review, that the Board of Trustees approve the 25-26 school year regular board meeting calendar as presented.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Item 5, Board of Trustees Committee Assignments for 2025. Dr. Williams.
Hi, again. To the Board of Trustees, President Bradal, it is recommended that the board, as reviewed the committee assignments, either accept their committees as listed and reviewed, or have a discussion regarding transitioning or changing those positions on committees. So the committees as presented,
Mhm.
and as you have reviewed with the dates affixed. As you can see for the year of 2024.
Question about
Yeah.
this one. Considering that we're probably going to have or likely have a new board member within the next year, or next month or so. I'm just wondering if we shouldn't table this until we have the new board member. But I don't want to miss any. We'll just make sure there's nothing pressing. This is the LCAP meetings, I guess. But I don't know. So that's what you thought on it.
Or perhaps I'm wondering if it would be a consideration to leave them as they are for now.
Mhm.
So that we do have representation on the committees, and then we revisit it in March, once the new trustee has taken seat.
Is there anything that trustee Patel is in that happens in January, February?
There's a February,
LCAP stuff.
the small meeting.
Yes, it would be LCAP.
But that has not somebody. in.
Yeah, but I
Linda's
There's
there. I'm just going through. it.
Yes, the LCAP,
There's
the Workforce
County
Housing
Board
Committee.
Association.
The County Board Association.
Yeah, but that's just like a dinner.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so you're gonna move ahead.
Okay, so, actually, yeah, so I think we'll go ahead and approve it as it is for now and then revisit it in March. Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
In favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes.
Okay, item 6, the board governance handbook.
Good evening to the Board of Trustees, again to President Bordahl. It is recommended that the governance handbook be adopted as reviewed with the updates, including the change of names, the removal of trustee Neeti Patel. And then also if it's knowing that we will make a certain adjustment, we'll come back once the new trustee has been
Sworn in.
appointed.
Mhm. Okay, are there any questions regarding the draft governance handbook? Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I'll second. All in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes 5-0.
So now the approval of the consent agenda. Use the same order as mine. Okay, all items on the consent agenda will be approved with one motion, which is not debatable, and which requires a unanimous vote for passage. If any member of the board, the superintendent, or the public so requests, an item shall be removed from this section and placed in the regular order of business following the approval of the consent agenda. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
One second.
Okay.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes 5-4.
Okay, item 11, superintendent and board special recognition.
Good evening,
Dr.
everyone.
Woods.
Again. Good evening, President Bordahl, Board of Trustees. It is indeed an honor to come before you with one of our favorite parts of our agenda as we take care of business. And that is to honor the wonderful folk who volunteer their services to ensure that we remain to be one of the top places to educate children in Pacifica, California, along with San Mateo County. So this evening, we will start with our volunteer from Ortega School. If we could have Gabby. Asugade.
I'm not Gabby.
Not gay.
But Gabby sends her heartfelt thank you and asked if I could step in for her because one of her little kitties got a little sick tonight.
Everyone's getting
It's
sick.
December. We're in school. There we go.
So she can watch this or you can share this. So tonight we have the pleasure of recognizing someone who has truly gone above and beyond to make Ortega School a more vibrant place. Our volunteer extraordinaire, Gabby, joined Ortega in 2022. In such a short time, she's become an essential part of the community. When our old marquee needed a complete refinish, Gabby was there, standing, repainting, and breathing new life into the school community. She stepped into a leadership role as activities co-coordinator for the Ortega PTO without hesitation, rolling up her sleeves and lending her talents wherever they were needed. But it's not just about the marquee or the fall festival or carnival, an incredible event that she's helped to bring to life. It's about the countless little moments where Gabby's support made the biggest difference. Whether it's decorating for Halloween festivities, ensuring morning meetings run smoothly, or helping with last-minute projects that keep our school looking its best, Gabby has always shown us genuine dedication and generosity. Her creativity, positivity, and yes, I can do spirit have touched all of us. She doesn't just volunteer her time. She brings warmth, energy, and enthusiasm that make everyone around her feel inspired and valued. We are so grateful for everything Gabby does for Ortega School.
Here, here. Did fail to mention that she is a library helper as well.
So, and Gabby, if you're out there watching, we appreciate you. We present you this certificate of appreciation on behalf of the Pacifica School Board of Trustees and Superintendent, awarded this day, 18th day of December 2024. Thank you for your service and commitment to our students and to our staff. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we'll take a picture for her.
Oh. And they say,
Or you should hold.
oh, I will hold it.
Thank you.
And said Gabby is very humbled and appreciates this very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, it is definitely my honor to bring forth a few of our community members who have definitely gone above and beyond. Someone once said that you can tell how vibrant a community is and how successful a community is by the way the folks rally around a school, an effort in the best interest of everyone around. And the 4 individuals that I'm going to ask to come up, in addition to Gabby, today, definitely reflect individuals who volunteer, they roll up their sleeves. It doesn't matter what time it is, day or night, I can attest to that. That they definitely support and advocate for our district, for our students, and for our community. Earlier this year, it was decided from the board that the district would seek a parcel tax. Measure EE, it was later named. We wondered who would take on this challenge? Who would co-lead this effort? Several names came about, several no's came about. But we knew that we had 4 individuals who said, I will take it on, bring it on. And not only did they take it on, they worked, they engaged folk, they asked questions. We met every Monday evening. I met with them after work. Just make sure we record that. After work, they gave direction. They also gave their time. And they also, most importantly, gave us hope. And so if in fact there's ever a question about what makes Pacifica School District run, what makes us thrive, what makes us tick, what makes us go, and why are we so special? All you have to do is look around this room and look around at the individuals who stand up every day without acknowledgement, and they do the very most in order to make sure that there is a place for their students, for the teachers and staff members who support their students, that will always bring joy. And so with that, I'd like to present gratitude on behalf of the Pacifica School District School Board, Superintendent, to the following individuals for their efforts in leading and successfully helping the community pass Measure EE. Bridget Hart. Bridget Hart is special because not only does she lead or co-lead with Measure EE, she also months earlier served as the lead for our bond measure as well. And so we are very grateful that she took a deep breath and she says, I can do it and I will do it. That is with help, of course. Tara Knox. Our parent extraordinaire as well. Our parent who is always going to ask the right questions and the tough questions, but she's always going to be supportive. She's going to show up. She's going to have research. She's going to question and she's going to push back with research, but all in the best interest of kids and all in the interest of everyone growing together and making sure that whatever investments that we make, you better make darn sure that you have research and you've gotten the best people to do the job. We thank you for standing up. I called, I asked you, you said no. But then she said, yes. And she didn't say yes to me. She said yes to our family and to our children. And so we thank you and I'm so grateful for your efforts. Thank you so much.
Chris.
He is online.
Hi, Chris. Oh, hi, Chris. So Chris definitely joined the team as well. We are so proud because we call Chris practical. Whenever we were in our meetings and we were going, because we like to talk and we like to have conversations, not debates, but healthy conversations, Chris would always bring us back to where we needed to belong, where the conversation needed to go. Chris was also very thoughtful in terms of strategy. He helped us. He was very innovative, creative, and he had that stick-to-itness to make sure we got the job done. So if that meant late at night, all of you who received calls and texts, you're looking at the folk who are responsible for those texts. We're glad you were all pretty kind to us. We also think the sacrifice from Chris as well as everyone else. So Chris, you're out there. Thank you. We appreciate you. Yes. You're right. And last but not least, Michelle. Yeah. So graceful. What a showing of grace, intelligence, and excellence. We were all of you are, so nothing to take away from anyone else. But also to stand before us to make sure we were on task, donating her time, making sure that we had the materials that we needed, sacrificing her own resources, and also just being grateful along the way, and learning how to redirect without offending anyone, and just being a wonderful partner in this process. And I like to thank all 4 of our volunteers because they are also parents. And being parents and having babies, you have to tend to, once they get home from school and preparing meals and doing all those things, it is indeed a sacrifice for you to sit on calls 7 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night, midnight, in order to support your district. And so for that, we are forever grateful to each one of you. Madam President, if you would please come forward. We are lucky to have each one of you. This is for you. Going to take your Chris. And Tara, I'll read yours. Pacifica School District Board of Trustees and Superintendent present this certificate of appreciation awarded to Tara Knotts. Thank you, and Bridget, Michelle, and Chris. Thank you for your service and commitment to our students and staff by co-leading the Measure EE Parcel Tax Campaign, awarded this 18th day of December 2024. Thank you so very much. We are forever grateful.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the group, we wanted to say a couple of things. So thank you for asking. It definitely is strength in numbers for sure. There's some other individuals who are not up here. There's a lot of certificates that are deserved, but we wanted to call them out. We have some wonderful partner groups that we worked with on this and lots of other things. So LSEA is such a strong organization. We want to give a huge shout out, especially to Megan, who showed up at every single thing. Very nice. Really wonderful. Thank you for that in your group. CSCA with Shar and Tiffany, super strong group. We appreciate all their collaboration and support. Adelina Rodriguez came in. She is a gem. We are so excited to have her as part of our community for sure. Our wonderful PTOs who already do so much, and they came in and helped support and showed up for those stand-up days. It was wonderful to see that, and I hope the teachers and staff felt the appreciation and love. And of course, our really strong CPAC group. So we want to thank you all. We couldn't have done this without you. So we appreciate your efforts, and I hope the teachers and staff feel appreciated. So thanks.
Oh, sorry.
definitely can. Thank you. Thanks so much.
I think individuals of the Education Foundation also helped out.
Oh, yeah.
Individuals a lot.
Okay. Okay, we're now going to take a 10-minute break to celebrate the passage of Measure EE with gratitude to our community and celebrating Trustee Patel for her service to our district. Okay. Do I have that? Got a lot for a break? For a break? Okay.
Good evening. Since the last board meeting, we've had members attend the new report card and curriculum meetings. Teachers are very pleased with the organization and processes being led by Dr. Bowman, who's not in here. Members attended the superintendent's budget collaborative and gained even clearer understanding of budget and enrollment. Trustee Patel, thank you for your service to Pacifica School District. LSCA was optimistic that your leadership as board president would have moved us in the right direction to a more collaborative working relationship with the board. We appreciated your efforts in advocating at the state level for improvements to school district funding. Thank you. We are eager to see the process unfold as another board member is appointed to the school board. We are hopeful to find an advocate for positive working relationships that include hard conversations and difficult decisions. As much as the trustees of our school district seem as much as the trustees of our school district seem to want me to present sunshine and roses, it would be irresponsible as a union president to not use the very limited time we do have to speak with you to share things that are difficult. These are opportunities for us to fill you in on what's not working, even after repeated attempts at the site, cabinet, and superintendent level. There are plenty of opportunities for you to see the sunshine and smell the roses at our school sites. My job as union president is to work with LSCA leadership and represent our 120 certificated members and vocalize their challenges while being their #1 advocate. Our working conditions are our students' learning conditions. Last year at this school board reorganization meeting, I was told by a trustee we'd attract more bees with honey. And this Thanksgiving break, another trustee doubled down on her view that I was unprofessional and negative. If bringing up hard conversations, asking hard questions, pressing for answers is unprofessional, so be it. I present things that are brought to me by our members, the counselors, psychologists, education specialists, and classroom teachers of our district. I'm their voice in these conversations. I don't make up these problems. I seek guidance from our LSCA leadership and am the public face. When you tell me I'm being unprofessional and negative, you're just telling all our LSCA members that they are unprofessional and negative. We hope the new year brings a spirit of We have a challenging year ahead. LSCA will continue to start hard conversations, ask hard questions, and press for answers. We hope our leaders at the site, cabinet, superintendent, and trustee level engage and help bring us resolutions that have us feeling treated like professionals. Thank you.
The SEA?
Hi, everyone. I'm actually going to call up some of my union members to join me. Everybody, come on in. This is just a part of our CSA union members. Thanks for showing up tonight and joining me. Good evening, board members, superintendent, and cabinet members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. It is always a privilege to represent our union and the dedicated professionals who serve our schools every day. First, I want to publicly commend all employees, including the LSCA and CSCA teams. for their remarkable efforts during the recent tsunami evacuation. Their ability to ensure the safety of everyone while the kitchen staff simultaneously managed to serve warm meals to all the children is nothing short of extraordinary. Mary, I would also like to take this moment to honor the memory of one of our former members, Helen Shembry, a longtime CSA member and past president of our chapter. Helen was a shining example of leadership and dedication. Her legacy continues to her daughter, Mary Grigi, who has faithfully served as the secretary of Cabrillo and who worked for the Pacifica School District for over 25 years. I remember Mary when my 37-year-old started kindergarten at Odstad. Our thoughts are with Mary and her family as we remember Helen's contributions to our community. I would also like to recognize, I just found out the passing of another valued school community member and longtime secretary, Marion Henshaw. I literally found out before I came up to speak that she had passed away. And Marion was also another dedicated employee who after retirement volunteered in the community. So, you know, our thoughts and prayers go out to her family as well. All right. Additionally, I have provided copies of a petition signed by our unit members advocating for a much needed pay increase this year. I had given it to, I dropped it into your boxes. I would like to share the cover letter of that petition with you. We, the undersigned members of the CSEA Classified Bargaining Union, are glad to see the passage of Measure EE. Thank you. For all your hard work, so that Pacifica schools can receive the increased funding that they so desperately need. Most of us live within the boundaries of the Pacifica School District, and most of us will be paying these increased parcel taxes. This is a sacrifice we are proud to make for the well-being of our children. However, we are some of the lowest paid workers in all of San Mateo County, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to afford to live in our Pacifica community. Our members are the backbone of this district. We keep our schools clean and safe. We make sure our children are well educated and fed. We manage our front offices, handle registration and attendance, process payroll, and perform so many duties behind the scenes that keep our district up and running. For this work, we are paid between 30 to 40% below the average of our neighboring K-8 districts. These wages are not sustainable. These wages mean that we live paycheck to paycheck, getting deeper in debt to put food on our table and barely hanging on to housing in Pacifica. We call upon the district to prioritize raising classified employees' wages with the additional revenue from Measure EE. Now is the time for a long overdue double-digit increase to pay for PSD classified employees. The chart attached to your position shows just 3 examples of how much less we get paid versus surrounding districts. It is disheartening to note that with negotiations canceled in December, we have been unable to discuss this critical issue. While I understand the challenges of a deficit, this was written before that budget thing, it is difficult to ask the district's lowest paid employees to continue bearing the brunt of delays. We are diligently performing our duties every day, yet we're faced setbacks, including not being paid on time for mandatory training sessions that exceeded the 6-hour allocation due to additional requirements. The payment for trainings were due on our November paycheck, but the information was not provided to payroll. We were then informed that the compensation would be dispersed on December 10th. However, upon seeking clarification from Dr. Torres, I was told the payment would be included in the December paycheck instead. I relayed this information to our members, only to later discover that teachers received their pay on the 10th as promised. Why must classified staff always wait? These disparities are frustrating and make it challenging to maintain a positive outlook. We remain committed to collaboration and progress, but we need fairness and timely support to continue delivering the high standards our schools and students deserve. Thank you for your attention and understanding. We'd like to now recognize our above and beyond recipients for the month of December. And I don't know where Tiffany is. You want me to do it?
Yes, please.
All right. Tiffany literally just got off of a plane from Prague. from Prague. December's 2024 Above and Beyond recipients are Jennifer Nicosia, paraprofessional at Sunset Ridge, and Susie Santiago, personal specialist at the district office. Jennifer Nicosia has been a longtime dedicated PSD employee since 2005 and has served in various positions, including snack bar assistant, school assistant, and paraprofessional. She has spent the majority of her time as an employee serving the students and families at Sunset Ridge School. She has donated her time as a tutor, assisting students that need extra support with their academics. She has such a big heart and consistently goes above and beyond for students, staff at the Sunset Ridge community. Susie Santiago. She began her time at the district as a classified substitute. I mean, how many of us did that? Started off as first parent and then classified substitute, right? Any parents, we do need classified substitutes. We all started off being at our schools as the parent volunteer. It was PSD's good fortune when she joined the district as personnel assistant in 2018 and has served as our personnel specialist since 2020. Susie works very hard every day to serve all district employees as the key member of our district's human resources team. CSA Chapter 128 is proud of all our above and beyond recipients. Our classified employees are dedicated, hardworking people who care about our students, our school, our district, and our community. CSA will continue to shine a spotlight on Pacifica School District employees. We believe that the hard work, the dedication, the contribution of our valued classified employees should be celebrated and rewarded. Union proud, union strong. Thank you. Thank you for all my members and Dustin, our rep here, who came to represent us tonight. Thank you so much.
Student board representatives.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chloe. I'm a representative on the Superintendent Advisory Council. Some things going on in Valamar is the Giving Tree and peer mediators. The Giving Tree is a tree that has ornaments of ages and genders for kids and for people who need some help getting presents for the holidays. And people can pick an ornament and buy that kid a present. And peer mediators is a group of middle schoolers who help younger students solve their problems respectfully and maturely. And we're called the BOOM, Be Optimistic, Outstanding Mediators. An important issue that the students have complained about is that many students don't bring snacks, and when it's time to eat, they are usually hungry and don't have any food. So the council thought of making a snack shop, because not only will students have snacks that they want, it would also be a good way to raise money for the schools. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mateo Verlanik, and I'm an 8th grader at IBL and a student board representative. Some activities going on for students at IBL right now are the holiday movie night last Friday, winter wishes that you buy to send other people like candygrams, and plenty of spirit days and lunch activities. On Tuesday, me, Julia, and Chloe spoke with the rest of the student board, and we want to get turf on our fields. We decided that would be the best long-lasting option for our schools, as filling gopher holes would take lots of time and money to only be invaded by gophers again. We could open snack bars in our schools to raise money for turf on our fields. Thank you for having us, and happy holidays.
Okay. People wishing to address the board?
We have power now.
Thank you. First, just thank everyone. I know this is quite a job you have. I have the privilege of being invited to the budget collaborative as a representative for CPAC, and I appreciate the opportunity. At that meetings I've attended, I've noticed a few things I feel compelled to mention. I may have mentioned these a few times before. At those meetings, as Dr. Williams pointed out, we have a strong community. And at those meetings, I looked around and I saw that we're missing pieces of our strong community in those meetings. And I understand that resources and like the room is literally limited, but there's some really important voices that I think could contribute to those very important big conversations at the Budget Collaborative. I also didn't see voices of people I don't know, people with English learner children, people that are struggling socioeconomically, people with preschoolers and TKers. I didn't see their voices in that room, and I think we should get those voices in that room. And I hope there's a way. When we had something similar to this a couple years ago, we had like an interest form you filled out, and then the super or someone else could pick, depending on the topic, who in that from the interest form could turn and show up for meetings. So maybe you can consider that for the future. I also think that while I understand it was important to get presentations done, I think we did listen to a lot of presentations. Those are important presentations, probably the whole community would benefit from hearing. And I actually feel bad that they're not getting to hear those, because I think if they understand WISE, they get less upset. And so I just hope that we can bring knowledge to our families and also use more time for conversation rather than presentations. Maybe the presentations can be outside. We can watch them by video, maybe ahead of time. And then there's more time for actual conversations, troubleshooting, pros and cons list. We're making big decisions, and I'm worried that, we're not thinking big picture outside the box. What we think is going to save money is going to cost money. And so I just really hope that as we continue down this road, because it's not just the Budget Collaborative, it's also the LCAP goals and any other future things, that if we can keep wider audiences and a little more talk and a little less presentations, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Next we have, I'm not sure if it's Elisa or Eliza Repetto.
Elisa.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Elisa Repetto, and I have taught first grade at Carrillo School for the past 24 years. At a recent board meeting, it was said that we, LSCA, need to mention the positive as well as the negative. I haven't noticed a lack of positivity, perhaps because I work with a great staff and great families. But nonetheless, I will begin on a positive note. I want to thank and recognize the support and appreciation from our families, our PTO, and our principal, Tiffany Parrish, during and after the tsunami warning and evacuation on December 5th. I also appreciate the assistance from Jean Bellinger, Martha Ladd, Carissa Bowman, Barbara Boilet, I hope I said that right, and Brenda Watterson. And now I want to address some of my concerns regarding the new desks that our sites are getting during this winter break. We were first aware that new desks and chairs were being ordered with bond money back in February, when a group of teachers and principals met at the district office to look at options. When the teachers pointed out that the new desks offered much less storage space for our students, and we asked about storage for our classrooms, we were told there wasn't money for storage bins and that it would be fine. Over the months, we began to hear that this furniture would be delivered and set up during winter break. Teachers and principals both pointed out that the transition made more sense to be done during the summer, but we were told that there wasn't enough money to store the furniture and it would be fine. It is my understanding that LSCA has on several occasions requested further logistical information regarding this since October 21st without any clear information, but we were told it would be fine. Last week, our principals were told that yes, indeed, new furniture was being brought in during the break, and that each teacher would need to have student desks emptied before leaving for winter break. Principals were told that bins for school supplies would now be purchased and that the type of bins needed to be decided right away. I'm sure that you can imagine the level of stress that has been added to the school sites, principals, and teachers during an already busy and stressful time of year. Not to mention that either curriculum or a fun holiday activity has to now be eliminated in order to spend time emptying desks and stacking chairs. None of this feels fine, and many of us are concerned about returning to school in January to discover that desks are not fully built, classrooms are out of order, and student items are missing. Teachers have to walk into their classrooms on January 6th, not knowing what to expect, which is not fine, or they have to go in during winter break, which is most definitely not fine. Don't worry. Teachers will take care of these issues as we always do, but please note that none of this is fine. Thank you.
The last person I have is Rachel Merlot.
Good evening. First, thank you, trustee Patel, for being on board and wishing you safe, lovely future. LSEA and the district started negotiations this year with the agreement of using interest-based bargaining process and good faith bargaining. We held a refresher for IBB as there were a number of new people on the table this year. Unfortunately, not everyone was able to stay or attend for the duration of that training, despite the date being on the calendar for a while. We met again in October, where we brought up the new desks and logistics of that process for the teachers, as well as other topics. In November, this topic was brought up yet again with no resolution. The district then canceled our December negotiations this past week. Today, at my site, and I'll be honest, I haven't been paying much attention about the desks because I'm not an elementary school teacher. We were told that we would be receiving our new desks over the winter break as well, yet that the chairs aren't coming until spring break. I wonder how this is going to work. I wonder if the district has enough chairs for 23 classrooms for about 500 middle school students throughout the district. I hope we're not sitting in folding chairs for 4 months, as we all know how comfortable those are, and that is not the best learning environment for students. We have also learned since the cancellation of negotiations that there are efforts to begin Saturday school and an interest in hiring teachers for that. I wonder why the district would need to cancel negotiations when there is clearly much needed to be discussed. As we move into the new year, I certainly hope the district team is prepared to negotiate, that they are coming to the table with creative compensation ideas and other ways to retain teachers. District management is regularly able to figure out how to pay exorbitant fees for contractors and other programs. I hope there's an effort to try applying that creativity and energy to your labor partners as we can get to work. Thank you.
Do we have any public comments online? No public, no, okay, none online. Okay, correspondence? Do we have any correspondence? Or we can add that in with the board superintendent and the communications.
Just the correspondence about Needy Patel's resignation. Also, I received with Needy and with the superintendent correspondence from Senator Becker's office. Follow up to the first meeting. But that's it.
Okay. So board superintendent communications. Did you want to start at the end?
Nothing other than typical meetings.
Laverne, did you have anything else?
Yeah, I do. I'm
Okay.
just kidding. I had my weekly meetings with Dr. Williams. I attended the Ortega's Global Village. And if anybody has never been to the Global Village, it's where the entire school and whoever wants to participate, the families who have different backgrounds show up and have a table. So I'm American Indian, so I had information about my food and our regalia. I see somebody in here who had a Norwegian table, 300 meatballs. And I saw an Indian family and their regalia, and it was absolutely beautiful. I saw Puerto Rican in theirs. And I just wish we could have all taken a picture because it was so beautiful. Everybody wearing their representations. I wish we could do something like that district-wide because you can just feel the pride when the people are sharing, and it's just a way to be inclusive of everybody. So I just love that. What else? Let me skip the process. I went to the special education holiday parties. And that was this past Saturday, and that was another inclusive event. And I talked to an auntie of one of the children since the mom couldn't come. And she said, I wish we could have like something like this just for adults. And so I just wanted to put that out there. And then unfortunately, I missed the grand opening of Sunset Ridge's new library, but I went up there today and oh my gosh, the library before was okay, but it was dark. It wasn't that light. And so when I walked in this time, it was like just light coming through, new carpet, new tables, and it looked huge, and so I'm just assuming that's some of the bond money, so you can, I mean, you can go there and see how lovely it is there. And that's it.
All right. Let's see, I guess I'll be next. A lot of things going on. I was down in Anaheim for the CSBA conference. I attended some interesting sessions. A lot of stuff around AI these days and making sure we have the right board policies in place and just kind of keeping an eye on that, but also like a lot of innovative ways that AI is being used in classrooms. So there's a lot of that coming through. I know money is always a problem, but one thing that's coming in the state of California is electrification of the fleets. And so all the cars in the district will have to become electrified by 2030. There's the reason why I bring this up now is there's a lot of like programs we can apply for to get the cars or automobiles in our district for free or big grants to get that. And now would be the time to start looking for that. I also mention it because, there's been talk about buses possibly in the district or just different ideas for the field trip issues that we're talking about in the district. So that's just another way, another idea, ways to think about we can possibly resolve that issue for the district. Let's see. I attended the budget collaborative this last week. It was excellent. I was engaged the entire time. I unfortunately had to miss the meat and potatoes after one in the afternoon, but it was really well done, and I thought it really did a good job explaining to everyone where we're at. And I also want to mention, because it was mentioned at the podium today, that maybe we can think about having an abbreviated presentation that we can go out to the schools and present to the community, but that's probably already works. I also attended an IBL tour. I'm going to try to get to all the schools this year to just visit the tours. It's kind of a nice to see it from the kindergarten perspective or new sixth grader perspective again, and just see the schools from the inside. So started that. Special ed collaborative also is going really well organized. And let's see, I met with Dr. Williams down in Anaheim at our little one-on-one down there. And I think that'll be it for me today.
Well, I only had my one-on-ones with Dr. Williams. I wasn't able to do this one. I did school visit, but I think I went to a meeting after that school visit.
Okay. I also attended the Ortega Global Village and it was really well attended and it was a great evening because it was also the evening of the tsunami evacuation. So it was nice that they didn't cancel it or postpone it and that everyone got together. And I think it even had probably a bigger turnout. So everyone was there together, which was great. Ingrid B. Lacey and Ocean Shore had their band concert. And the kids did a wonderful job and the band director did a wonderful job. I also attended the day-long budget collaborative and the Sunset Ridge Library dedication, and they did do a beautiful job there. And then the day of the tsunami, I was able to, at least towards the end, to go in and check in at Sunset Ridge and where the Ocean Shore kids went up to. Can get to all of the sites by that point of the day, but they did a wonderful job with the kids and keeping them safe. So thank you to all of them.
Thank you. I attended the CSBA, California School Board Association meeting with trustee Brokini. And had an opportunity to attend the ethics training, was certified. I got my certification for ethics training. Also had an opportunity to attend a host of workshops, as well as one in particular about progress made with workforce housing. And learned a lot just about advocacy, new legislation that's coming up. So I can't wait to share that information with the rest of you. Also had opportunity to collaborate with our colleagues across San Mateo County, which was a good time for us to kind of problem solve on common problems of practice. In addition, this was a time where we had the tsunami alert. And so I had an opportunity to, of course, coordinate with my team from FAR, but I'm very proud of the team for the work that they've done. Also had an opportunity afterwards to debrief with Mayor Beckmeyer in terms of things that we could do differently, because when we have events like this, there's always an opportunity to learn and to grow and lessons learned. Had an opportunity to debrief with Chief Sarasua. Same thing with Tony Presta, Superintendent of Jefferson Union High School. Also had an opportunity to send our appreciation to the principal of Oceana High School, Maritza Torres, for allowing us to be one of the evacuation places for one of our schools. And very warm welcome and thank you. It could have been a very chaotic time, but with the support of the principal as well as with school staff, it worked out pretty well. In addition, we had an opportunity to present and to dialogue about our budget situation here in Pacifica during the budget collaborative, and understanding that the budget collaborative is just the base or touch point where we convene our school sites with the principal leads and the principal select who will be part of that team. And we try to have a parent, community member, classified or certificated representative, with the understanding that from that meeting, principals will take the budget presentation and present that information to their said communities. I had my one-on-ones. Definitely met with our labor partners, always excited to have conversation. I think our conversations are healthy. I think having conversations that are about what is really happening and what our needs are very important for all of us to grow. And also understanding, we have an opportunity to ask questions and to push back and have that healthy family dialogue. And so just know that it's a two-way communication. And so I'm very proud of the relationships that we are building with our labor partners. And finally, well, not finally, met with our principals, our wonderful leaders as well, and continuing to work with Skyline College. We're very excited. Collaboration with Skyline College, Jefferson Union High School District, Pacifica received the Strong Workforce Housing Grant for $900,000. So we're very, very proud of that team and that effort. And so we have a lot going on. And so just very proud to be here and very grateful for all of you. Thank you.
Okay, section 13, information items. 13A, bond program update. Dr. Williams.
Thank you. Again, greetings, President Bradal, and also to the Board of Trustees. This evening, we want to come before you and we want to provide an update in terms of financing the selling of our bonds.
We have the privilege of working with Makiko Sato of ISOM Advisors and Catherine Jacobs of RBC Capital Markets. And this evening, we are glad to have them here to present an update in terms of the process and where we are and next steps. And so I'd like to invite up Catherine Jacobson. And I believe Makiko is virtual.
Hi. So thank you so much, Dr. Williams. As you may recall, on October 9th, the board approved a resolution authorizing the issuance of the third and final series of bonds from the 2018 Measure O authorization, as well as the first series of bonds from the 2024 Measure G authorization. And so we appreciate this opportunity to come back to the board to provide an update on how that pricing and issuance of those bonds went. And also, since it was the third and final series of bonds from the Measure O authorization, we wanted to provide some summaries, a summary of the Measure O authorization in general. So on slide 3, thank you. We just start out with the history of bond authorization. So as you know, voters have approved 3 different bond measures since 1997 with very strong support. Moving on to slide 4, what we wanted to show on this slide is a comparison of the estimates that were provided to the board at the time of the approval of the resolution. That's in the estimates column versus the final results. So I'll go through the 2018 series 2024 estimates versus final results first. And you can see there, it was a $12 million bond issuance. The par amount issued was exactly as estimated. However, the true interest cost, which is an approximation of the blended borrowing rate, was significantly lower than what was estimated. The financing charge was slightly lower, and the amount of proceeds was slightly higher. And overall, I think the biggest difference is the total payment amount for the taxpayers. We were estimating 27.18 million, and we were able to lock in 21.3 million, which is approximately $5.8 million lower in debt service than the original estimates. On the right-hand side are the results from the 2024 series 2024. The par amount was 10 million. Again, we were able to lock in a lower borrowing cost, the true interest cost of 4.32%. Financing costs were pretty significantly lower here, which resulted in a higher amount of proceeds. In terms of the total payment amount, the estimated was 19 million. The final results were around 17 million, so approximately $2 million less for taxpayers over time. So fantastic results, and we were happy to wanted to share that with the board. On the next slide, per ed code is a breakdown of all the financing costs. So we shared that with you in aggregate in the prior slide, and this slide has more of the details. And moving on to slide 6. So after the issuance of these bonds, the district now has a little shy of 62 million in bonds outstanding. Excuse me. And on the following slide, the debt service schedules associated with those outstanding bonds are shown here. And I think what's interesting to note here is that we are leaving some capacity for future bond issuances under Measure G. And it's also noteworthy that as the 1997 authorization rolls off in approximately 2030, at approximately 2030, there's a big step down in debt service at that point in time. So moving on to slide 8, the district's bonding capacity, historical assessed value has continued to grow. In 2025, it's grown by 4%, which is fantastic news. In terms of the net bonding capacity, we do want to point out that the district's current net bonding capacity is 42.5 million. So we do want to keep that in mind as we move forward. The district's net bonding capacity, however, does change every year as outstanding bonds are repaid and the tax base changes. And if needed, we can get a waiver from the state. All right. So with that, the final section here is the Measure O summary. The first slide just shows the 75-word ballot question that voters reviewed at the time of the election in 2018. On slide 11, you can see that the actual implementation plan of the Measure O authorization was a little bit slower in terms of issuance than what was originally projected, for Series B and Series C being issued a little bit later. But overall, I think the great news is on slide 12. So this is, we talked about Series 2024 coming in lower than projected in previous slides. But this is a comparison. This is an aggregate of all the different series of bonds, the 3 series of bonds issued under Measure O, compared to the original estimate that was provided to voters at the time of the election. So the actual net debt service associated with this bonds is a little under 95 million. The estimate in the Measure O ballot language was 113.85 million. So that's 18.85 million less than what was shown to voters. And on this next slide, you can see how that impacts the tax rates. So the blue bars represent the actual tax rates associated with Measure O. Measure O had a not to exceed amount of $30 per $100,000 in assessed value as the tax rate estimate. And as you can see here, in every single year so far, in actual tax rates have been lower than that. And as we project forward, we're projecting that the tax rates will be around $25 per $100,000 in assessed value, assuming continued annual AV growth of approximately 3.5%. All right, so I'm going to pause there. I know that was a lot of information that I went through relatively quickly, but I think it was such great news. And so we were very excited to be able to share this with the board and the community.
Thank you, Makiko. Do we have any questions?
No question.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank Makiko and thank you, Glasgow.
Thank you.
Okay, item 13B, library media tech presentation. Dr. Bowman.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to have the opportunity to speak with you today. And I'm extremely proud to semi-introduce a great group of individuals that I've had the opportunity to work with. I'm not going to give you an introduction of them because they're going to do that during their presentation. But the library media technicians at Pacifica are doing incredible things. And I think sometimes we don't always get to see the good. So I wanted to make sure that you were aware of what's going on in our libraries and how they're not only supporting kids with reading in the library and books at home, but how they're supporting our curriculum. And so So as you see in all the presentations from the teaching and learning, we always go through our mission, and then we see the connection through slide 3, please. Thank you. So as you can see, all the presentations, we really connect what we're doing to our LCAP, to what our learner profile is, and our ACE, including attendance, academic, community engagement, and equity inclusion. And what the media specialists are helping us with are all part of all 3 of these areas. The outcomes for today's presentation, I really want to be able to highlight the things that are going on, the enhanced collaboration and the communication. The things that are slightly different is that we're having from last year or previously. So we're having monthly meetings with our LNTs, our technology, and our curriculum offices, because to be able to educate the whole child. We make sure we're having everybody in a collaborative approach. They've also brought a Dolly Parton Imagination Library who are giving books to our youngest children. They receive a book a month for several years. And so our children are getting access to that. And we are in the process of creating a world language and a bilingual sections in every single one of our school libraries to enhance the cultural background and understanding of all of our students. I'm going to turn it over now to the individuals who I won't introduce because they're going to do that throughout. But I'm extremely proud. And then after the presentation, I received a wonderful letter about the work that they do. So we'll end the presentation with that. So at this time,
Okay, it's a little. Here. No, it's just, this is awkward. No, I have it
You got
here. I have it here, but it's hard to see the screen from here. This is quite a lengthy presentation, so just a second. All right. I'm going to introduce myself in a little bit because right now I'm talking on behalf of all the library media technicians, and I'll introduce myself when I talk about my individual school, okay? All right, what are we? Yeah, library media technicians. All right, what we do best besides books. We troubleshoot Chromebooks, we collaborate with San Mateo County Library team to promote community events, support classroom projects, distribute summer learning books. We actually work with them. We pick up hundreds of books and we put those books into the hands of all of our students before the summer break starts. So I pick up 409 books, in April, and we'll pass them all out in the month of May. And we do that at all of our school sites. Normally outside of our work hours too. We do have to manage 1 or 2 fundraising events, and I'll talk about that later. We attend professional development training and seminars, mostly through San Mateo County of Education and the Santa Clara County of Education. We interface with the district IT team to problem solve. We've had a really great collaboration this year with the guidance of Dr. Bowman, who's really got that going for us, and it's been wonderful. We assist teachers with class projects, and we organize a multitude of adult volunteers who assist in the library, including Gabby, who was our recipient of our, of our honor earlier. All right. Some of the committees that some of us are on is that we update and maintain the district library website. We work with the IT team. We work with Follett Destiny Database, which is a specific platform only used in the library. We have members of our team here who are on the ELA curriculum committee. Some of us are on school site council, positive behavior interventions and support team. We host library lunchtime activities, book clubs, game group, and quiet spaces. Right. Okay. All right. You have to excuse me. I am a little nervous. We'll do this. All right. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the time given me to tell you what is happening at Ortega. Hello, my name is Julia Hall. I'm in my 11th year as the library media technician at Ortega Elementary. And this is a part-time position at only 25 hours a week. I see all 409 students, including preschool and our special day classes, weekly for 30-minute visits, which include story time and book shopping. Yes, we still have story time for 5th graders. They love it. Last year, we circulated over 16,400 books. And of that number, teachers checked out 622 books that supported classroom curriculum and programs. This library is not just used by the students, it's also used by our teachers and staff. Another way we help students is by being a resource for students whose classroom libraries can't support them. An example of this is every year we always have a few kindergartners who are reading beyond their grade level. Instead of book shopping in their classrooms, they will come to the library instead, and we help them pick just the right books, fiction and nonfiction. Let's see. All right, by the numbers, we have over 18,000 books in our collection, and the average publication age is 2005. As you can see in this pie graph, I'm going to point to it because I want you to look right there. Pie graph, our balanced collection, the average age of our fiction is 2005. I'm not too worried about the age of our fiction collection. A good book never goes out of style. It's our nonfiction collection that has me concerned. It should be noted that when I started in 2014, the average age of this collection was the year 2000. So progress has been made, but this is where the age of our collection and inconsistent funding go hand in hand. So now nobody wants to hear 6 schools talk about funding, right? So I'm gonna focus on funding, and like Sue, we'll talk about Chromebooks, so we don't repeat ourselves too much. First, let's look at the funds from the PTOs. Some PTOs give funds to their school libraries while other PTOs do not. At Ortega, I did not receive any PTO funds for my first 7 years. And I know Valleymar currently does not receive any PTO funding. PTOs are always responsive to the needs of the school and the PTO board Sometimes they can be supportive of the library, and other times their focus is elsewhere, leaving school libraries without funding. Next, let's look at scholastic book fairs. I believe that the library media technicians are the only district-funded position that actually has to fundraise themselves in order to have consistent funding. Working our required hours and then volunteering our time after school to have a successful book fair does put a toll on each of us. On top of the enormous amount of extra work that is done on our own time, LMTs have to close their libraries multiple times a year, and sometimes more than a week at a time. The overall effect on students' achievement as part of the library becomes inaccessible to host these fundraisers. And finally, funding from the district. As you can see, the last time the district gave any funds to school library was in 2016, when the last parcel tax was approved. Each school received $25 per student in a lump sum, which had to be spent within that school year. Since that time, no extra funds have been allocated. In a perfect world, we would hope Pacifica School District would be able to give all school libraries a set amount per year, so we would not have to fundraise ourselves. And with consistent funding, then we can actually work on those publications that, our collection, age of our collection, especially in our nonfiction. Enough about funding. I'd like to circle back to Ortega and talk about the social, gotta switch to, no, we're still there. I can't see the slides. I don't know where I am. Let's circle back to Ortega and talk about the social emotional needs of our students, which is very important. In collaboration with Ortega School Counselor last year, we worked to set up a book display with a topic that is rotated every 2 weeks. As Ortega has not been able to secure a counselor this year so far, I wanted to continue this resource for our school, so I changed it to Principal's Picks. And again, it is very popular. Students and teachers check out stuff from this weekly. Sue Beckmeyer from Cabrillo will talk about Chromebooks and technology, so I will move on. In addition to my library media technician duties, I'm also part of the following teams at Ortega. I'm in my 2nd year on the school's leadership team, And since 2008, I have been on Ortega School Site Council, first as a parent and then part of the school team when I became an employee. I'm also on the Positive Behavior Interventions and Support Team at Ortega. Outside of school, I am the Pacifica School District representative for the City of Pacifica Library Advisory Committee in a non-voting capacity and attend monthly meetings. This committee is to serve in an advisory capacity to Pacifica City staff on the new Pacifica Library project. And I'm honored to be the representative of the district on that. Thank you. And next to speak is Tristan from Ocean Shore, who I believe will be viral or online. There we go, Ocean Shore School. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for giving us a little snippet of time on the agenda this month. I'm Tristan. I am the, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I am the library media tech at Ocean Shore, and I have been in this role for the past 3 years. Before that, like Charlene Hilo was saying, I was also a substitute and as a para, and a parent even before that. So Ocean Shore definitely has a significant piece of my heart. We currently have 372 students from kindergarten through 8th grade, and I have the privilege of seeing every single student at our school, either during scheduled classroom visits, or sometimes I help with classroom projects, and sometimes I help with the student council projects, along with just kind of being a quiet space when students are not, they need extra time to work on projects or on testing, or sometimes they just need a quiet alternative to the playground. So I do my best to be open during all of our recesses to provide that opportunity. Um, I won't bore you by going over all of my slides, because Sue and Julia and Rebecca will be saying pretty much the same stuff. Four of the things that I am most proud of accomplishing is I, with the help of some parent volunteers, created a teacher resource library for our Oceans 411 program. And if you're not familiar with the Oceans 411 program, it's about a 2-week long immersive marine sciences program curriculum that Ocean Shore does. The students get fully elbow deep in all things on a particular topic. This year is the wetlands, so they'll be creating hall murals, and they do science learning, as well as there's math related, and it's just a deep dive hands-on learning opportunity, and that rotates every year between 7 different topics. So this year I was able to convert our previous computer lab into this teacher resource library, which I'm very proud of. Happy to be that place for our teachers to go to and have everything all in one place, whereas before it was kind of dispersed throughout different the breakout rooms at the school. The second thing that I am the most proud of is this year, for the first time in the 3 years that I've been there, our special day class comes in for a classroom visit. So I get them for about 20 minutes. Sometimes we read together, sometimes we just kind of poke around and check out books, and we chat and we talk. And this is I've been asking since I started, and this year they finally, the teacher in that class finally took me up on it, and so there's a small little group of students comes in with their staff, and we all get to hang out and enjoy books together and have good laughs, and it's really a lot of fun, and I'm so excited that they come in. The other thing that I'll be doing this April is I co-host a book bingo with our reading intervention specialist. It's a free, fun community event where families are able to come in. We play bingo, and the winner of each bingo game gets to pick a free book to take home. And it's open to families of all ages, students, everybody's a winner. And it's a lot of fun. And it's great to do some community building and incorporate books into that. And then lastly, the thing that I've spent the last with Rebecca the last 8 weeks doing an intensive online instructional media resource associate certificate through San Diego County Office of Education. And Rebecca and I had the opportunity to do a deep dive into all things school library and learned all kinds of new tips and tricks to add to our library toolbox from how to create a welcoming space for our students, along with digital citizenship and media literacy, and how to incorporate more equity, inclusivity into our libraries and make it a fun place for kids to want to be, uh, to just kind of explore and get their hands dirty, whether it's through social interactions, through books, and just kind of being in the space where the things happen. So I'm very excited to kind of share library love and book joy with all of our students and our LMT team. And that's kind of the Ocean Shore Library in a nutshell. Um, uh, Sorry, Frances is not here today, and she is our library media tech for IBL. So Sue will be chatting about some of her highlights as well. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Tristan. So I'm going to use this time to talk about IBL a little bit, highlight a few things, and to talk about the Chromebook and the technology piece. And I think it's a really opportune time because IBL, their way they handle Chromebooks is a little bit different than everywhere else. So it's a really good compare and contrast. So as you are well aware, that IBL is our only comprehensive middle school in Pacifica. So 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Often we compare the sizes of our different schools and our populations, and I always have to stop and go, yeah, but they're all 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, right? And we've got TK up to 8th or whatever we have. So it's very focused around a certain type of student population, and therefore there's certain needs and opportunities that Frances is able to provide through the library. I think probably everybody in this room has been to a meeting at IBL, if not 20, because it is such a fantastic space for that. It's really a great place for students to gather and for people, everybody, meetings to happen in the evenings and such. The English Language Arts department does have monthly visits for their classes, but there's a lot of book clubs and social time and lunchtime. The library is open every day at lunch for students and throughout the day for drop-in. Frances is able to offer the book clubs at grade level. I think she has one for each grade level. And then she has the Spectrum Club, which is our LGBTQ club there at IBL. Lots of different games and puzzles and board games and a lot of social interaction is able to happen there. So with regard to Chromebooks, IBL is, well, let me back up. All of the LMTs, all the library media techs, we are all the designated person at our site for issuing and managing and tracking and accounting for student Chromebook devices. And this is, I've been in the job for a while, and so this was a new thing, pretty much added. I mean, it started growing a little, it kind of kept sort of creeping in to some of our job descriptions, but there had been library media techs who didn't really do technology per se. I always did. And so, because I had a computer lab at the Cabrillo Library. When we came through pandemic and every student, we became the one, great spot out of the pandemic that I've always said is, it fast forwarded the timeline for this district to become a one-to-one school district. We just always were seeking to do that, but always never imagining how we'd be able to afford it. So every one of us manages, what does Frances says her phrase is, manages a fleet of Chromebooks at our sites. So it ranges between 450 and 750 devices that we are, knowing where they are or in some way have them in our system. At IBL, those devices are issued to students and they take them home back and forth every day. There've been, iterations of times where students forget them, bring it back, it's not charged, this sort of thing. And Frances had to work with Kathy Abel on Kathy Alderson, on how are we going to handle that? Because pretty soon 2 or 3 or 5 people per period, per class are wandering into the library. I need a loaner, I need a loaner, I need a loaner. And so there's, some strategies that we've helped with putting together. And it really is just one of those moments of personal responsibility. It's your responsibility to bring the device every day. Of course we have backups, but there was a point where she didn't have any more. She literally was giving away all of her loaners every day. So that's something that she's had to work out there. By contrast, the other schools have Chrome carts that are assigned to the classrooms, and within the carts are devices that are assigned to each of the students. So they do bring them home occasionally or regularly. It just depends. It's very teacher driven. And so if they have a project to finish, take your Chromebook home, bring it Monday, whatever. Mrs. Sullivan, can I take my Chromebook home tonight? I want to finish So there's a lot of flexibility there. One challenge, it's not huge, but we do have to come up with a lot of charging cords because the charging cords per device are wired into the carts. And don't get me started on wiring those carts. Joe can well attest, and everyone who's ever had to do it. No, we don't love doing that. We'd have to track them. We have to know where they are. We do issue devices for home use for a variety of reasons, supporting students with a 504 or an IEP plan, students who live in a household with 4 other siblings who there's not enough devices to go around at homework time. If there's extra iReady lessons that they're needing to work on, if they're a language learner, there's a lot of reasons. And those requests come from parents, come from school counselors and other support staff, principals, staff. They all flow to us and we issue them and track where they are. And then receive them back and ask for them back in some cases. Sometimes they just arrive, but often we have to bring them back. So we have them for the summer to be ready for the next school year. I think that's really all I wanted to say about Chromebooks. And on the technology side, we're really thrilled to be working with the IT department because, it's not just the device, it's what you do with it. And we've done such a great job in this district implementing Clever. When we first started, it was like, it was like, I'm not using it. It was just all over the place with different schools and sites and grade levels. And it's really become such a great resource for us, such a convenient way. We worked on how do we get little tiny kids to log in this giant long login and the password that no one can remember, like venison 6. That was, and Julia had a student, venison 6 or whatever it was and she's like,
Changed it to hot dogs. He could not remember it.
so these are the kinds of things that we do. But we have the opportunity through that portal, through Clever, to park a lot of things there, like Learning Ally, which is a great thing that you may have heard about through special ed. We're just doing it district-wide this year. I piloted at Cabrillo with the staff there last year, and it is a fantastic audio book resource. And it's designed for and intended to be used for students with disabilities, students with learning challenges, students who have impairments of some kind or are just having a challenge with reading. And so we have that available and we're all beginning to get involved with rolling that out and learning how to do that. It's great. I can't say enough. I love it. But it's not for every single student. We can't just go, hey, everybody, have all the audiobooks you want, because that violates the contractual arrangement with Learning Ally. So audiobooks and ebooks for everyone is available through Sora. And Sora, if you happen to check out audiobooks or ebooks at the public library, you might use software called Libby. Well, Sora is the Libby of schools. And we've had it actually parked on our district servers for a while, but figuring out how to use it, when to integrate it, how to roll it out, how to teach students how to use it, it takes a few steps. And so I've been piloting it at Cabrillo. I take small groups at a time. The kids are great with it. I realize I'm learning how much they're remembering week to week. And so I think that we can really scale that up. And I'm looking forward to that opportunity. So that's all I wanted to say about technology. And up next is Tristan. Is Rebecca from Sunset Ridge.
Let me get to my slide. All right. Hello, my name is Rebecca Lesser, and this is 5th month as an LMT. But I have been with the Sunset Ridge community for 7 years. My son is now in 5th grade and started in TK. So it's been a great journey of being part of the volunteer and running the book fairs, as we mentioned, from the other side of it as the parent. So now it's great to be in the library. As you know, we did have an amazing remodel. So after dealing with all the Chromebooks, that was quite an experience. I spent a lot of my first few months reorganizing and redesigning a welcoming and stimulating environment for both the students and the teachers, which is a lot to do in a 25-hour work week. There's so much that I don't know how to do or wouldn't have been able to figure out. So I just want to take a moment to thank my fellow LMTs for training me and being there for me, especially also Julia for creating an extensive online manual, if you will, that not only a new person can pick up and go through and link to, but a seasoned person like, wait, what was that process that we did 7 months ago that I now don't do every day? You can always relay back to that. So thank you, and Tristan, wherever you are. So thank you. I have the pleasure of having students in the library since the beginning of November, once we were really set up and ready to have them. And we had our grand opening last Friday. So thank you to those in the community that came. It was really great to see families and students there and just like enjoying the space that I have been envisioning in my head since in May when I accepted the position. I removed a lot of books that were outdated, that were duplicates, that were so severely worn that you wouldn't want to. And the shelves were so crammed that the kids you couldn't easily find a book. I've now pulled off so many, and there's some that are still great. So we're offering them to teachers, we're offering them to classes. I have stacks in the library, and I have in particular a couple of 3rd grade classes that come in, and I'm giving them Safeway bags of books. I'm like, can I get 4? I'm like, you can get 8. I can get 8. And so then they're like loading up the bags. So that's been really great. My favorite story is I'm trying to find on Pinterest ways to use old books. So we're putting them to good use. And our 5th and 4th graders do a program called Market Night, which is tomorrow from 6 to 7, if you're available to stop by. And they all make crafts. So we have new teachers in those levels. So I was asking all the 4th and 5th graders, hey, who needs an idea? Does anyone have any projects that they want help with? Like I can give you, I have an idea. Can I show you? So the trees that you have in front of you, myself and the students made. So those are for you. So I've had one particular student who's like, yeah, I wanted, a few of them would try and they're like, this is hard. And so by the time they were done with their library time, they left it. But I've had one student who came back the next day, can I get 3 more books? The next day, can I get 4 more books? He's like, my mom is so proud of the hard work that I'm putting in. And so I'm also like, it's just, you just sit and it's mindless. It's good for TV watching. So those are for you. So please enjoy. So yeah, tomorrow if you're available, please come to school. So I have 21 class visits that come in each week, everything from preschool or special day classes, and up to our 5th grade. And I do read the stories to the 5th graders and they do love it. It's been really great. That wasn't always done in Sunset Ridge in the past. So they're a little like, wait, what's happening? I'm like, you're sitting down for a story. And it's been really fun. Within the first few months, along with Tristan, like she said, I completed an intensive 8-week online course to earn an Instructional Media Resource Associate Certificate, also known as an IMRA. I almost didn't do the course because it started in October. And I don't know the library. I don't know the collection, but I am really glad that I did because the course helped me to learn how to run and manage a school library in the 21st century. From that IMER course, I learned a lot about developing a dynamic collection that fits the needs of a community. And when setting up the space, I created a foreign language section specifically focused on Spanish books. They are in a prominent section right off where we sit and do stories. And I've already seen an increase in their circulation, even by students who don't speak Spanish. They're like, that looks like a cool tarantula. And I'm like, yeah, let's take that home. And there was one today of a crab. And I'm like, you can make up the story if you don't know, if you can't read the words, or you can try. So my goal would be to work with our Spanish teacher, Senora May, to grow those offerings and share the resources within the library and in the classroom. And then to grow that to other languages that are spoken a lot at our school, Portuguese, Russian, Tagalog. The IMER course also taught me about creating an engaging experience. So one of the things that I'm excited about is that we have an upcoming on-site author visit. Mac Barnett is coming to visit in February. And so I've already started telling the kids about him. I have a section of his books. I'm reading them to them and they're loving it. And last year we had an author called Judd Wittick come and we could not keep his books in the library. The San Mateo County Libraries donated each class a set of his books, as well as a set for the library. And between the classes and the library, there was none on campus. They were all reading them. But the feedback was that we had parents coming up saying, oh, you've made this author a celebrity. Like the kids are so excited about reading and reading these books. So I'm looking forward to our visit in February and working on hopefully in the future, continuing that tradition of bringing authors to life in front of these kids and making them see like the possibilities of what can happen when you read a book. So my love for this school, its students, and wanting to help them learn to love reading as much as I do is why I took this job. I feel very fortunate to work with the students, staff and families, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to tell you about a day in the life of an LMT. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna hopefully not be as nervous this time. Julie Asulio is at Valley Mar and she has been there for 2.5 years. They have about 405 students. It's a TK through 8, you know, and students come for 30-minute classes. You see a repeating theme here. We want the kids in the library. Book circulations, collection, average age, it's all connected. We all have the same story, but we all tell it a little different. Because each of our schools is unique, and each of our libraries is unique. So Julie has been doing a great job. She's been very passionate, enthusiastic. She also holds library lunch bunches in the library for lunch. Again, Chromebooks, it's the same story, but it's a story that we want you to hear. And we really do appreciate the fact, I know we went a little long, but there are 6 schools. And we appreciate that you were listening to us. I realized when Sue is up here that we didn't get to see her slides. Can I just, or you got a little?
I got one thing.
One thing, but I'm gonna do her slides. Thank you.
You can read it while I say. Okay, so everything everyone else said, we do it at Cabrillo. The one thing I don't have, I'm working on is getting a drop-in time for 7th and 8th graders because I don't have a set time for them. But when I first started in this position, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders didn't even come to the library. So it's been a process. The thing I wanted to share, I think the picture, is it on the front one? No, go to that one.
That one.
The thing I wanted to share and mention, you said it already, Dr. Bowman, is we have this incredible relationship with our public libraries. So the San Mateo County Library and specifically the two Pacifica branches. First of all, our manager is Julie Smith, who was formerly the LMT at IBL Middle School while she was going to library school at San Jose State. So she knows us well, and to have that connection come full circle is amazing. This picture is Ashley Larson, who's been a librarian in Pacifica for years and years. She comes to Cabrillo every single Wednesday. I took this picture last week, and this is her with TKs, I think. Yeah, TKs. And she does a stretch thing and all of this because everyone gets wiggly, but she reads 2 or 3 or 4 books to each class. And it's just amazing to have this resource and to have this connection. So that's all I wanted to add. Dr. Bowman.
Thank you all very much.
We did go a little over in our time, but what they're doing is really important. We wanted to make sure that you could hear about it and see about it. And you've heard audiobooks and ebooks and multi-language books, so there's a lot of things going on. And I know Dr. Williams and I, we heard loud and clear about funding and moving our books to nonfiction books up. And so we are looking at grants and things that will be able to do that. And one last message from the San Mateo County Office of Education. I received this letter on, not requested, it just showed up. So from Tina Nelson, she is in charge of all the libraries in the area. In my 25 years of working with school library teams, I have never worked with such a dedicated professional group of library media technicians as those in Pacifica. They go above and beyond to provide the library services not only to their students, but to their families, their guardians, their teachers, and other educators at all school sites. They also make sure they keep up on their professional development, conferences, library camp, etc. So they know the latest and best titles, as well as providing cutting-edge library media services. They have hearts of gold and are beloved by the entire Pacifica community for what they do, and I feel very fortunate to work with such a great school library team. So thank you for your time. Are there any questions or anything that we could respond to?
I just have some comments. I wrote them down. Oh, Julia.
Yes.
The PTO not involved in book fair? So, no.
Yeah.
I've been doing the book fairs where I work, and I just found out this year that it's actually a PTA fundraiser. But I just kind of came in and started doing it. So some of the other library technicians don't do book fairs. It's the PTAs who run the book fairs, get the volunteers and do all of that.
Right, and we did that one year and I did volunteer my time and instead, but then they cut the money. Again, they're a finicky little bunch.
Sorry, I brought that up.
Yeah, but yeah, again, there's.
Yeah.
But thank you, Lori. Yes.
So thank you for running the book fairs, because it's a lot of work. And I just ran mine right before Thanksgiving. And I'll share with you that this time the parent-teacher conferences were 2 weeks earlier, so I didn't have that foot traffic. And so I just kept everybody's library time the same. And they came in and did a preview, wrote wish lists, took them home. And then the parents went on and did the e-wallet. And so we had over $2,000 just in the e-wallet funds for the kids to purchase books. But I didn't need as many volunteers because usually during the lunch rush or the recess rush, the lines are just going out the
I
door.
don't even do it at lunch and recess, I only do it after school.
Oh, they do. Okay, so anyways. And then Sue, where'd Sue go? Sue, I do a drop-in time for any of the kids who forgot their books. And it's called flex time. So whenever they see a flex time on the schedule, they know that they can come in and bring their books.
That's a good idea.
But thank you so much. I just want you guys to know that I still text Julia for how do we do this? So you guys are a resource. And Sue has her MLS. So, I mean, she could be working at the public libraries.
No, she cannot.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
Thank you.
So I just have a couple of comments. This is my last board meeting, so I'm gonna, I think libraries are often just thought of as a space, but they really are a service that you guys provide to the community. When I was in elementary school, I moved to a new elementary school. I didn't feel comfortable, didn't do the lunches or recesses. I hung out at the library and the librarian gave me these books called Dealing with Dragons. I don't know if you've ever read those books. I don't know, they're silly little books for kids. And it totally changed my whole worldview and I became a reader and became into sci-fi and fantasy. really, it was great. And that was all thanks to that one individual at that service that she provided me. So I think it's so important, and thank you for sharing all the work that you do. I have a couple of questions with respect to technology, just very quickly. I'd love to understand how digital literacy is also a part of the work that you guys do, given that you're managing the Chromebooks and you're holding the library. So that's question number one. Question number two is actually more for the district, less the media technicians. In some other school districts, because sometimes Chromebooks require repairs or technology in general requires repairs, they enable the students to learn how to do a lot of the repairs, which gives them a skill set in learning, I don't know how to use a computer, replace things in a computer, but just kind of a skill building asset as well. And I feel like IBL, because it's it's all 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, might be a good space for something like that, and to potentially reduce the workload of repair and management.
Well, I can tell you on the digital literacy side, when you go to library school, you come out and that's all you want to do is impart everything to everyone constantly. And so finding ways to integrate, because we're not teachers, and finding ways to integrate, we're always kind of staying one step ahead or one step behind, whatever. What's going on in the classroom? What are you working on in the classroom? And it's no one's fault. Everyone's busy. We know the projects that come around year over year, but sometimes there's something new, a different teacher's doing a different thing. What are the research skills involved? I have been at Cabrillo long enough now, and I had the great fortune to be a paraeducator in the classroom one-to-one. So I moved up from 2nd grade to 8th grade, and I saw what the curriculum was. And this was while I was in library school. So I'm putting it all together in my own head and then trying to figure out, well, how do I actually do this? And so it's pretty informal at Cabrillo, I'm going to be honest, but I've determined that everybody needs to know that you can't just go on the internet and take a picture and plop it into your work. And we have really frank conversations in just during library time, just little lessons, little gems. We talk about, Dwan Padilla was a fabulous 4th grade teacher at Cabrillo for many years. And I remember her when we had the computer lab in the room, talking to the students as they were doing their California town project. Is that your picture? Did you draw that picture? Did you make that picture? Did you take that photo? No? Well, that's like stealing, right? You got to tell us where that came from. And we taught them how to drop the link in, why that's important. And so my vision has always been, or my dream has always been, to really scope and sequence some of these really fundamental lessons so that we go grade to grade, literally from TK up. And right now at Cabrillo, we're just finishing or in the middle of our Famous Americans project. And those are 5th graders. So when they were in 4th grade and they were doing the Inventor project, they already heard from me about sources and how do we track it and, what sources are you using? But I have to be flexible with each teacher around what are they asking the students to do. So I don't want to come in as a non-credentialed person and go, nope, this is how you're doing it. I work with their flow and to find where can I plug in and how can we teach those lessons? And then what's imbued into the curriculum in various subject areas, I don't know anymore because I'm not in the classroom anymore, right? I'm in the library, but I think we do have I know it happens. I certainly see the questions that come through on CASP testing. I love the one about how you use an encyclopedia and guide words for a dictionary. And I'm all, are we still teaching this? And so we just do a lot of playing around with this stuff, but it's not a set scope and sequence at this point. I know it could be one day, but we have a lot of other things that we're doing. So we hit it at different points.
Yes.
I think Joe, I believe we talked about a repair shop concept. Joe did this at a former job. And I heard we got a grant. Something about a workforce development, something. So it sounds to me like there's some opportunity there. Yeah.
We received almost $1 million in the school workforce
grant we were just awarded, and it's for our 7th and 8th graders throughout the district. And one of the main components is technology, and part of that is technology repair and learning the processes. And so we'll be working with Joe and some other of the experts to be able to implement that as well.
That's good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and come visit.
Oh, I can come weed with you if you want.
And some of the board members are great workers.
Okay, we need to go on, we need to go on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, item C, Measure O and Measure G, bond project updates.
The clicker's on the podium.
Good evening. We had our last update in our September board meeting. So this presentation is what's new after that. There we go. Scroll down to the first slide, please.
It's on
the podium.
I thought I belonged to the
It
clip.
should be.
That's right. I thought everything. Great. So we recently completed this project, the lawn set replacement at the district clean standard at Ocean Shore School. It was completed in November 2024. As you know, 6 of the other schools has already completed. So now the last 2 sites remaining for the entire district is the district office and also Lindenmar. And this is the South Ridge School Library extension and canopy replacement. So the library has occupied as previously. The school is very happy with how the space turned out. It's much larger and really served the library function really well. And also the acoustical panel, the DOE has been completed during the Thanksgiving week. The existing entrance canopy will be demolished during the winter break. And majority of the canopy has been demolished during the last summer. And with only 2 canopy left because the rain season, we want to delay it as much as we can to enable the construction, the installation construction timing during the summer. So winter break will demolish the main one, and then there's another canopy between the D wing and E wing will be demolished during the President's Week. And then the actual canopy construction will be summer of 2025. And another project that's under progress right now is the Ocean Shore School D-Wing addition. Anticipated completion is February 2025. So this is some progress photos. The photo on the right, you can see the building cover is black. That's the existing building. And then there's a foundation work laying out for the 2 new classrooms. So that's some framing pictures. And right now, that's the current status of the building. So they're working on the exterior stucco. And that's some interior pictures, MEP, and drywall installation is underway. And right now we have these projects that's under contract, and we're just waiting for material to arrive. The new door intercom system at district office. So this system is similar. It's the same as the other intercom system we have installed at our other sites. This is just an example of what's installed at our IBL school. So district office will have the same system. And also, we're waiting for the material to arrive to install the new keying system and the lock set for the district office. And new student desks and chairs for Valimar, IBL, Cabrillo, and Ortega schools. And we're cranking up or target installation. It's not target, it's destined to happen during this winter break. And there are a total of 86 classrooms, 2,500 chairs, about 1,700 desks going into these 4 classrooms. Going into these 4 schools. And we have completed the synthetic sports field and at Ortega School. However, as you notice that we fenced off the V ditch along the perimeter, and so that we can install these cover. So right now it's still under progress. The contractor ran into some challenges in terms of obtaining some special washers and also the material of the special fiberglass. So this black material is a fiberglass. It took a really long time to arrive. And there are some support issues, structural issues. So right now, we're trying to resolve those challenges. So right now, it's still under progress. And we install the container to store the excess turf material and also the turf maintenance vehicles. But it's kind of a little bit we want to move it. We're working on finding a company, have a company to move the container a little bit to clear some of the playground spaces. At the request of the community, we want to improve the access from the Loretta Way. This is also at Ortega School into the turf area. So this is just a progress picture, but this new concrete walkway off the Loretta Way has been constructed. And right now we're waiting for a new pedestrian gate to go in that location. So provide a new access into the field. Oops. So we have these following projects right now. It's at the Division of State Architects under the review. The Cabrillo School outdoor improvements construction is scheduled to start during summer of 2025, in which we'll pretty much completely renovate all the exterior learning spaces, all the spaces between between the building wings, and also the asphalt will be improved, resurfaced, improved, and with new playground marking and also perimeter fencing, additional parking areas in the front parking lot, enlarged the new play structure. Another project at Ortega we're working on is the upper parking lot fence to improve the safety for students. We're installing a 4-foot fence to separate the parking lot from pedestrian walk areas. So right now it's under DSA for review. We're also working on the boardroom furniture. So actually the boardroom furniture has been brought up to the bond team about a year ago by the city at the time. It was brought to our attention that the table is kind of dangerous. The legs sometimes are wobbly. So working on the replacement for the boardroom furniture. And also we're exploring design options to address some of the security concerns at the district office. So we're exploring some options right now. And this is district office street front landscape improvement just to enhance the overall curb appeal of the district office. And we also are looking at improving the kitchen floor at Valimar School, but that's kind of tied in with the Measure G, because they have a wish to enlarge their kitchen. So between replace the floor now or if enlarge the kitchen is gonna have to redo the floor. So we're kind of under consideration for those. So we have these remaining Measure O bond projects, and these are their timelines. So we have the Sunset Ridge. During the summer of 2025, we have the Sunset Ridge exterior canopy installation, Cabrillo outdoor improvements, and also we'll be replacing the Lindamar Education Center's roof and district office landscape improvement, as well as the kindergarten new desks and chairs for Valimar and possibly Ortega and Sunset Ridge if they can make decisions of what type of furniture for their kindergartens. And during 2025 to 2026 school years projects, we have planned for a library furniture upgrades for Sunset Ridge, ABL, Valimar, Cabrillo, Ortega, and also Valimar NPR new furniture, exterior painting for all sites except Lindamar. IBL replaced their existing rusty downspouts. We have miscellaneous roof repair at various of our sites. And also we have all of our HVAC equipment. They were all more than approximately 20 years old. So, we need to start to have a district-wide HVAC equipment survey, evaluation, replacement, and hopefully install energy management system. Sunset Ridge student desks and chairs, during the last round, they couldn't make a decision of what type. That's why that's not included in the current installation. So we're going to work with that school to determine that. And also Linda Mars lock set replacement, an Ocean Shores modular band room, and also there are some miscellaneous small projects across all sites. So right now, this is our expenditure. So we have 55 million measure bond, and we spend about $35 million. So those are the projects that's been completed and also under contract. And technology spent about 6.3 million, and we have a projected approximately close to 1 million for additional technology spending. And we have the budget for our remaining projects in our master plan is about $10 million. And right now we have remaining about $12 million to finish all projects. And because our budget was set in 2018, 2019, so low of because of the cost increase over the years. So to finish that $10 million project is probably going to be approximately 20% cost increase. So that's the anticipated cost increase, about $2 million. So right now we're kind of have like about $200,000 as a buffer. But so far, the cost basically anticipates all of our bond projects will be finished within a $55 million bond. And the Measure G update. So we have started our Measure G master plan at all sites. And we put up a survey board, that's the initial survey to find out the school's wish list. So those are all the survey board. They were set up on November 15th, and I just collected them last Friday on December 13th. So now we're just putting all the data, on the spreadsheet, and we'll put a cost number next to it. And then we'll start in January, we'll start meeting with every site to discuss their wish list items, hopefully prioritize the project, and also based on how other Measure G funding, with workforce housing and some other project, we can determine how much funds we can allocate to each school site based on their project priorities. So we have this is the master plan process and the schedule. So we have basically 2 rounds of meetings. The first round of meeting with sites and community is between January 22nd to March 21st, when we will pretty much meet with 1 site per week. And also we'll meet with district office and MNO team and technology team to determine the first round of the project. And then we'll meet with the community. And the second round of meetings will be between March 26th to May 30th to further narrow down the project list. And hopefully our goal is to, by June, to produce the final master plan document, and we'll present to the board for approval. And also want to bring to the board's attention the condition of our daycare portables. And these are just some sample pictures of a condition of our daycare portable. They're in a various rundown condition. And we surveyed all the portables because each of the portable has a tag. And the tag, some of the tags are no longer visible, what's on it. But for the ones that are visible, it shows the year that portable was built. And as we can see, Ortega, we have 4 portables. Those are daycare portables. The oldest one is 1991. It was built in 1991, and some 1970. You can see throughout. It's some are even 1994 at Cabrillo, and those actually shown as the worst condition portables of the entire district. So these before. One day just we can keep patching it, and every time we patch it, it's just a whole lot of cost. At what point we stop patching those portables, and we don't want to be hit like they're all of a sudden out of service, like the one at Cabrillo. And luckily they can use 1 less portables. So we need to figure out a plan and not to be caught at the last minute, don't have any funds to deal with the out of commission situations. So I came up with a cost estimate to compare the cost. Okay, so we have 3 options, but option number 1 to replace portable is new portable. It's not really an option because the Division of State Architect no longer allow use of portables for permanent occupancy, because every time we install portables, usually we use it as a swing space when we do, classroom renovations and they make us sign a letter, these portables can only service a maximum of 3 years. It's a certificate we have to sign. So that's not an option, but I put a cost there so that you have, a number in mind, what it's like. But typically portable service years probably only last 20 years. You shouldn't last more than 20 years. So some of our portable building 991 lasted till now. You can see it's like really, really overdue. So the second option is we can replace with modular building. So modular building, so IBL has some of the modular building, and also you can see Cabrillo, the middle school, those are modular buildings. So what they are is they were built on modules, so it's cheaper. Also, a lot of the building parts were pre-assembled off-site, and they bring it on site and they lift it up and connect them. So the construction speed is a lot faster. And then the third option, the most expensive option, is the replace with stick-built buildings. That's the one we're building right now at Ocean Shore School. And that 2 classroom costed 1.2 million, not including site cost, which is about a $50 square foot site cost. So if you compare those 3 costs, so I kind of have a general, cost numbers put together. So to replace all of the portables with modular, which is the middle, $700,000 per classroom. So if we do is because portable is $350,000 per classroom, replace with stick build is 1.2 million. Sorry, the Ocean Shore was a 2.4 million for 2 classrooms. So I came up with a cost, and just for comparison purposes, it's not that it's in our plan to replace portable, it's portable, but the modular to replace all the building with modular building, the final cost, including site work, excavation, and the soft cost, is about $19 million, and that's the cost of magnitude. So it could be less, it could be slightly more, but that's a cost of magnitude we're looking at. And then we can replace them in phases, but I do think we need to allocate some money to take care of our portables from Measure G. That concludes my presentation. Any questions?
So what I have is about the portables. You had 19 that we need through all of the different sites. And with the declining enrollment, I guess what I would like to see on a report is what is each portable housing? What is the purpose for?
The daycare.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, but then I was just at Sunset Ridge today and they moved their daycare to Fairmont because there wasn't enough enrolled. So I just think we need to look at the need with, these changes that are happening in our enrollment.
Yes.
With the preschools too.
Yes.
Because I definitely recognize some of those pictures from Ortega too. They have like a whole family of raccoons.
Those portables have been needing to be replaced forever since I got on the board, so I do appreciate a plan to kind of get us in a direction to go there. I did have one question on the to-do list, and something's been bothering me for a long time, is the access to upstairs at Cabrillo.
Yeah.
I haven't walked up there in 4 months, but as you know, it had been quite dangerous. And with softball being active and other sports up there, I always worry what's gonna happen on the weekend with grandpa or grandma coming down the hill. So I'm just wondering if the community of Cabrillo has come up with a plan that they feel comfortable with over there, or where are we at on that?
Yeah, so that's definitely one of our top priority during our Measure G projects, and actually during the voting boards, and actually improve of the upper field and access to the upper field is actually on one of their top priorities.
Okay, good. All right, well, I'm glad to hear they're focused on that too. All right, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item D, CSBA Delegate Assembly nominations.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I come before you with item D, CSB Delegate Assembly nominations. So just to make you aware, in Region 5B, San Mateo, 4 CSBA delegates terms are ending in 2025. Nominations to CSBA's Delegate Assembly are due Tuesday, January 7, 2025, and instructions for the nomination process are included in the attached Delegate Assembly nominations memo from President, from President to Districts 2025. And so if any of you are interested in submitting information, just know that the timeline, wanted to bring it to your attention. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
We're going on to action items, the certification of first interim report. Dr. Davis.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Williams. This evening, I'd like to introduce to you and reintroduce to you Dusty Avant, who is our collaborative partner funded by the County Office of Education for San Mateo. Ms. Avant is with us via Zoom and will lead us through part of our first interim report presentation this evening. Ms. Avant?
Good evening. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be able to present our first interim. Dwayne, Dr. Davis, are you going to do the slides for me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, excellent. Okay, there's a lot of stuff that we're going to go over, but in interest of time, we're not going to worry about that one. Let's go to the next one. We always, even though we're talking about money, right? We always want to make sure that we keep our district goals and focus everything right back to the students. So we'll keep in mind our attendance, our academic, our community engagement, and then embracing that in inclusivity and diversity. Reminder of the annual budget cycle. We are at first interim right now. We started this process way back in May, June when you adopted your district budget. We're now at first interim. In March, we will bring back a second interim, and then we'll start that budget development cycle again, starting in just a couple of months coming up. So the first interim is a report that identifies those things, the dollar amount we have spent as of October 31st. And we take another estimate at the amounts that we will be spending through the entire school year. So you'll notice on the documents, and they're very formal, that the state requires us to present. There's the adopted budget, a revised budget, an actual to date, and then our projected column. There are 3 certifications that you can certify as a district. You can certify positive. You can certify qualified, which means that you may or may not meet your financial obligations in the next several years. And then there's a negative certification which says you know for sure that you will not. I wanted to show you the COLAs that are happening right now. In 24-25, we're at 1.07. That has not been updated or changed from what the state has told us. At adopted budget, we brought you a 2.93 for next year. The current projections are somewhere closer to 2.46 at this point in time. So about 0.5% lower potentially. And then we included a 3.08, and right now they're saying we may be at a 3.10. So when we're talking about state revenues, local control funding formula, or LCFF, is really all about student attendance. So if kids come to school, then the district earns those LCFF dollars. If they are absent from school, then we do not earn those dollars. So that's just some definitions. I know there's been a question about community funding where property taxes exceed your student attendance. Pacifica does not fit into that criteria. So we are at the point where when kids come to school, that generates our LCFF or our student attendance revenues. And then this is just a visual of that same information. So our general fund revenues, excuse me. Our total general fund revenues, 83% of our total is from student attendance, LCFF revenue. Federal's about 2%, state's about 10%, and local's about 5%. Our expenditure breakdown is here. Majority is going to be spent on our assets, which are our people. And then we have books and supplies, right, just under 4%. And then our other services, which is utilities, insurance, consultants, travel, professional development, communications at almost 25%. This is what the difference is related to first interim on revenues. So overall, we have an additional about $400,000 from adopted budget to first interim at this presentation. And then our expenditures have changed as well. We've had some adjustments in salaries just a little bit, books and supplies as well. So our overall expenses have gone up just right at $1 million. Here's what the projection looks like if our different COLAs stay like they are, the 1.07, the 293, and the 308. And then as we look at the economic forecast that was presented by the LAO, which is the Legislative Analyst Office, back in November, they're saying it's positive, but like every other school district and state agency, when revenues go up, it's offset by higher spending. So we've got that reduction in the potential COLA. The minimum guarantee for the state is going up, but overall, it's still a lower guarantee for schools. And that all just has to do with the way that they do the formula and the projection. In January, we will have the governor's proposal for next year's budget. This is what it would look like if that COLA goes down to 2.46. So it drops our revenue about $200,000 in 25-26. Our other district funds are healthy, and I won't go into them there, but you've got the numbers there. We do use our Fund 17 as part of our reserve, our 6% reserve, so that's in there as well. So I mentioned that we have those 3 certifications. The district is self-certifying a positive certification. You can go to the next one. There we go. We are self-certifying a positive certification, and that is based on our current budget as well as our 2 subsequent years or the multi-year projections. There will be some budget reductions that need to happen in order to maintain that positive certification. Lots of factors, right, impact our multi-year. Federal and state funding. Most of our one-time dollars have now been exhausted. You are seeing a decline in enrollment, 70, 88, or 70 enrollment this year, 100 next year, 140 in the following year. You have increasing needs for your special education student, and special education continues to be underfunded at the state level. We build in increases for your health benefits, your utilities, your property insurance. PERS, the classified retirement system rate, is going up about 0.5% or 1% every single year. So we go from 27.05 to 27.6 to 28 in the next couple of years. And unanticipated costs, we budget and plan best we can, but sometimes there are those natural disasters or unanticipated claims that we do have to budget for, and that might come into the next presentation. So next steps is to really eliminate that deficit spending. So that $2 million deficit spending, we need to get that down. So development of a board approved budget stabilization plan. We're looking at, we want to look at compensation for employees for both this fiscal year. And then maintaining your reserves at that 6% level. You have a minimum of 3% required by the state. the board likes to stay at about a 6%. And then looking ahead, we need to be doing our budget planning. So when we have our budget study session in January, we'll go into a lot more detail on all of these items. Questions on first interim?
No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Action.
I guess we do need to have a motion to approve a positive certification for the first interim for 2024-25.
I'll make a motion to approve.
May I have a second?
Over.
Thank you. Okay, item B, scope of workforce housing project.
Thank you, Ms. McLennan.
Thank you. Yeah, good evening to the Board of Trustees, to our president, Trustee Berdals. I come before you this evening with a presentation regarding workforce housing project. We are excited that we recently held our groundbreaking ceremony, which was well attended, and it was in much anticipation after several years of planning and work towards this day. And so we're going to have advisors from Brookwood to come and to formally present information regarding the phasing options of our workforce housing project. These phasing options will include option one, for the board to consider to move forward with 45 units, with 70 units in total. Or option two, to break the project into two phases, which would be option one, 45 units would be delivered. And then sometime shortly thereafter, the remaining will be delivered for 70 units total. And so we will invite Lev Westbeck up, who will give us an overview of the two phasing options. And I will return for discussion and questions. Thank you.
Good evening, board. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present. What we've done since we last met was taken a very close look at the individual components of the project and developed a spreadsheet that shows you how much each component costs and how we would allocate the components to different phases. That's really the crux of the design is that there is a number of things that have to happen regardless of whether we do one phase or one and phase two. We obviously have to complete abatement of the hazardous materials that we discovered are in the building. We have to demolish the existing building. There's miscellaneous site improvements, which are going to include the driveways and curbs and things like that. We have to construct a parking lot adjacent to the play fields. We have to construct the public facility building that serves the play fields. And then we also have to construct the site utilities that would serve phase one. And if you notice on the spreadsheet, it's divides the site utilities into two phases. So it would be 7.6 million for phase one and an additional 2.4 million for phase two. And site utilities are, the drainage, the electrical service to the buildings, stormwater management, cabling for, internet service, all the things that generally live underground. So all of that has to be constructed before we even begin to build buildings. And then in the first phase, we're required by our planning approval to build both the management office and the commons building to serve the first tranche of the units. And then the first phase of the units includes residential buildings A, B1, B2, and B3. So the total for all of that work is $33 million and some change. So that would be the cost for building all of phase one. If you look at the second column, the additional expense to construct the remaining phase 2 buildings. Would include the 2.4 million of additional site work that would need to happen on that east side of the site. And then the 3 residential buildings, so another total of $11 million, excuse me. For those buildings, which then totals 14 million for phase 2. Before I go to the next slide, is there any questions about that? That's a lot of information, and I want to make sure that the way that we're presenting it is clear that what we're trying to do is sort of divide the 2 phases in the costs relative to the overall cost of the project, which was $47 million. What we thought was an important part of the analysis of this is to talk about the implication of the unit costs. Because in the housing market, you know, we always talk about how much it costs to construct a unit, and there are certain metrics that we look at that would make something more affordable versus less affordable. And when we start getting to the point where we're talking about $1 million per unit, we're starting to get into the unaffordable range. And based on the cost per unit, build the first 45 and come up with a cost of about $936,000 per unit. So it's getting to be a very high cost. And the reason for that is because we have to allocate all of those site development costs to the first 45 units. You can't not build that stuff. So there's $11 million worth of site improvements and the commons buildings that impact that cost per unit for phase 1. Should we proceed with all 70? That cost comes down significantly, about 20%. I did a calculation, we were about 18% difference, but that cost comes back down to $793,000 per unit, which is a much better, closer approximation to what you hear in the industry in terms of what you spend on building affordable housing. So those are sort of the metrics that we've been working with, what we wanted to present, and make sure that you understood the vast difference in building 45 versus 70. There was a conversation this week that why 70, and if we look back at the history of the project and how we got to where we got to today, the idea was that the demand was likely to be in the 45 unit range back in 2017 when we started this, but that there was a lot of land, and what could the land yield? What did that parcel effectively, could you build on it based on the city's zoning regulations, 2-story height limits? Parking drives a lot of this. You know, there's a lot of area on the site that gets assigned to parking. So we did the exercise of how much could it yield, and that's where the 70 came from. And back in at that time, there wasn't a lot of exposure to the eligibility issues that we've been talking about now. So we had thought that one strategy would be that if we could build the additional 25, and those would be market rate that could help to subsidize the other units. There's still that possibility with different, you know, kind of arrangements in terms of other organizations, but that's how we got to the 70, that the land would yield that much. The larger we could make the project, the less it would cost per unit, and the more affordable it would be. Now, when we talk to, you know, larger development companies, and the project that we've been working with JUHSD, we have designed the lots that would be leased, ground leased to developers to accommodate at least 200 units per building. They're very large because we know that that's the demand is going to come from developers who know that they can build that many units. It's just the sort of, you know, effect of the efficiencies of having that many units built at one time that lowers the cost so much. So, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
I think before we go into questions, we have a public comment. Andy Lee. And maybe we can cover all the questions together.
Good evening, members of the board, President Vidal, Superintendent. Andy Lee, I am currently a trustee on the Jefferson Union High School District Board, and I am here in my capacity as a citizen of Pacifica, a long-standing citizen of Pacifica, and a former PSD parent as well. And I've sat on that side of the table when it comes to this type of project, so I understand the dilemma and the decision-making you have to come to on this, but I would encourage you to build the 70 units, to go all in. I know if we had built to what our survey data told us, we would have built a lot less than 122 units. And in fact, today, not only are we full at 122 units, but we do have a wait list that's fairly significant, which tells me we could have done another 20 or 30 units and still have a wait list. And when I look at the product that you're offering, which is the townhome units, which is substantially different than the big multifamily residential building that 705 Serramonte is, you've got a product that is incredibly attractive. And if you're a new educator to the district, you're going to want to live there. And I'm very excited about what you're doing. And the reality is you're going to be building what's ostensibly a market rate product and offering it at affordable prices. And think about the students of this district, right? Our educators cannot give the best to our students, to our children, if they are struggling with housing insecurity. And you're also building not just for the staff who are currently here, but the staff who are yet to come. And that's who I'm excited for, because it's the next generation of teachers, educators, and the next generation of students. So thank you so much. Build the 70.
Okay, do we have any questions for the developer or the project?
I'm hearing you. I appreciate you showing up. But that what I'm struggling with is declining enrollment. And if we don't build the 70, the additional cost I think we have to go back and redo everything. There's like the water, sewage stuff. It's very difficult sitting over here trying to decide what's best for the future when the future is uncertain. There's no guarantee that we're going to have as many students and teachers that we have right now. And 70 units would be probably half, close to half of possibly of our workforce in a few years. Like, I'm not half, but like a quarter. And I'm just thinking about that, like, will we fill the 70? And that's why I really appreciate you coming, because this is it feels very much like gambling to me, and I'm not a gambler. I like to know what I'm getting into so that I can mitigate any kind of issues in the future. So as we make this decision, financially, what are we looking at if we just do the 45? And what does that look like per unit? And then, what does it look like with the 70? And what happens, I don't know if you can answer this, but what happens if we can't fill the 70?
I wonder if I might address that question.
Go ahead, Chuck. Sure.
I first of all, I want to thank Andy Lee for showing up tonight, and I couldn't have said it better than what he said. But I think to answer your question, I completely agree with your desire to be very prudent about this and not to have a lot of risk exposure. But I think it's just not the role for a school district to be in. It's to be taking development risks usually. I think that the legislative framework for this whole state is actually going to be very encouraging to this type of project over the next coming months and coming years, because there's such a huge need throughout California to address this issue of affordable housing for teachers and staff. And so I think to specifically answer your question, if only 45 units could be filled by Pacifica staff, I think there are alternatives, and it may represent one of the alternatives to possibly fill the demand with teachers who perhaps are high school teachers as opposed to elementary school teachers. So I think that's something that we ought to talk about in this context. I think also that there are many other alternatives involving Hart, who's been a supporter of this project for a long time. And but first and foremost, I would not underestimate the demand that you have within the school district itself. So I appreciate what you're saying. And I think there are contingencies that could satisfy it. And in the worst case scenario, if you couldn't fill the second phase, the 25 units in the second phase with teachers and staff, you always have the ability to sell the long-term ground lease to a market rate developer. Now you have to restructure some of your financing, which you could recover your costs, and I think do so with a pretty high degree of confidence. So I guess I would invite any other board members to opine on that, and Andy, maybe you have some thoughts on it. But first of all, it's an honor to be here, and we appreciate the opportunity to work with this district on this project. It's a very noble project.
Thank you, Chef. Trustee Patel.
What are the restrictions of, so let's say we weren't able to fill with teachers and staff at the full 70, are there restrictions on offering it at market rate and collecting those revenues?
Right now, the way that the legislation and the GeoBond funds were worded is for the exclusive use of the district. Now, this is a statewide issue. There is a think tank that has been driving a lot of the workforce housing legislation at UCLA. We've been having multiple conversations with them, and there are multiple points in the legislative arena right now that are all trying to change the underlying laws that will allow districts to either include adjacent teachers in their teacher housing that they've sponsored, or potentially public employees from the city in which the district, exists. And the superintendent of California schools is, a goal of building 3 million housing units on school land throughout California. So there's all kinds of efforts in the legislature that have recognized this built-in risk, because you can't really, you can't foresee exactly what your demand is going to be, that they need to provide sort of a safety net so that you can move forward with your projects. So there's multiple people that are currently writing legislation to propose for the next cycle in the state. And we anticipate that there'll be changes not only this year, but probably the following year as well, that will help to sort of relieve this risk that you're feeling.
And the sale that you mentioned to a developer, so the units couldn't be sold to individuals, it would have to be sold as like a bigger unit to a developer to then.
I don't know that we've thought that one through. I don't see why you could necessarily sell them to an individual. I'm not sure that the revenue stream would be what you'd want to do, because there's this in the industry called the absorption rate. So if you put 25 individual houses on the market, how long would it take to get 25 people to buy those houses? And if you're, if that absorption rate would be over 2 years and you're still paying the financing charges on what you spent to build it, it might not be as feasible as selling it all to one person at one time because of timing. That would have to really be sort of looked at. It's a demand issue that we'd have to understand a little bit more.
Yeah.
That actually leads to one potential avenue that you might pursue if you're not comfortable with committing at this time to 70 units. You could have the intent to proceed in that direction, but only authorize the funding for 45 at this time, with the notion that within the next few months, you'd have a window of opportunity to gain a level of confidence about the demand for the product. And so that's one potential option if you want to consider that.
We think it's very critical to bid all 70 units to understand what the lowest price possible is that we can to construct all 70. Since it's a volatile construction market and there's escalation and all kinds of other factors. If we bid all 70 and then found that from a price point, either that needed to be pared back or we wanted to phase it, we could then go back to that successful bidder and negotiate a sort of what we call a deductive change order to reduce the scope to the 45. So we think that's the best case scenario in terms of what how you're going to get the best cost. if you proceed that way. So it gives you the flexibility of reducing the project to the 45, but at least you get a good look see at the best case scenario.
The reason why I asked about the absorption rate, or I guess I don't know what the industry demand would look like, but houses here are selling very quickly between the $900 to $1,000 per square foot range. And so if build is at or under 700, that's a pretty decent, like they're selling within 30 days on average in Pacifica. So it feels like there's demand for housing purchasing. And these are new units and, you know, all of that. So that I'm just trying to manage that could you sell off once you build? Even if you only sold off 5 or whatever it was, right? Not necessarily the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at that.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a, you know, 8-ball trying to figure that one out.
Yeah, there's a lot of assumptions just within, you know, this discussion. And I would just ask the board to pause on that because we would need to bring back more information in terms of selling individual units. We have not examined the possibility of that and what the impact would be and what the absorption rate would be, and also what, if any, value back to the district it would generate. And so I would just ask that we pause or have the opportunity to come back and provide that information. Thank you.
I just have a question. I'm not sure if it's going to be for you or you. My concern is I was looking over the monthly rents and everything had a 2 in front of it. And, you know, we just heard from CSEA and LSEA, you know, that they're not making enough money. And so is there any way to lower the cost of at least the 1 bedrooms so that we could attract, you know, the newer teachers? So that's where one of my concerns is. The other one is we have this bond money to pay for the project, but we also have, like, for example, the portables, you know, and what's going to come up next year. There's going to be something else. And so if we use most of our bond money for the project, what happens, you know, when a roof needs to be changed? Or, you know, there's some mishap with the water rolling down the hill into Ortega, or, you know, these things have happened just out of the blue, you know. So I think we need to have a reserve, or not a reserve, but a plan to put aside some of the GO bond money for the things that we can't see.
I think that's the next discussion. After we decide this, the next discussion is on the financing. So it's 2 different discussions. Okay. It's different. I just wanted to say that, you know, I think it's vital for attracting new teachers. And although we may not have as many people signing up right now, I know we have a whole wave of future retirements coming up. And especially with our salary rates, we're going to be attracting less experienced teachers. So they're gonna need more housing. The way I say, it's not just the ones we've surveyed that say they're interested now. I think there's going to be a wave coming over the next couple of years of many more. The proceeds, you know, this is one way. Jefferson High School is building a lot of things, but it's a way of having future money coming into the general bond and general fund. It's basically a way of you know, using one-time, you know, bond money and some loans to have that money then coming in the future indefinitely, going back into the general fund, which can be used as raises. And you want the better rate of building with the 70. I think that's the most efficient thing. And then I've been hearing a lot about the legislature that he was talking about, where because California is pushing so much for housing, and every district is having this problem. So if they keep every district where they can't share with the other districts around them, that's not going to work. And I think they do realize that's not going to work. And so I think that I strongly believe that's the legislature that's going to come through in the next year or 2 before we're even renting them out. That would at least let us have housing with the communities around us. If not, I've heard that they've also talked about having it where any educators could live in any education housing. So if someone, you know, possibly from the college district wanted to live in our project or something, they could, because any educators could do that. So I think yeah, it's a risk, but I think everything's pointing in a positive direction. And California and Pacifica and the Bay Area needs more housing, not less. I think there'll always be a demand.
Well, may I make one other comment?
Mhm.
I think we've looked for the past 10 years at extraordinary escalation year by year over the last decade. And we're seeing a pause in that trend now, in some cases even reversals. I think we're at a moment of time where construction costs have stopped escalating so dramatically as they were for many years. And that has happened in the course of overall inflation. So inflation is unfortunately kind of catching up with the construction sector. I think there's a window of opportunity that may close pretty quickly within the next year to buy construction at what's going to be the most favorable rate you can get for quite some time, and probably better than the rate you've been able to buy it at in the past decade. So that's my opinion. I don't know if it's right or not, but I think it's based upon my experience, it seems to be a moment in time to act.
Anyone else, any comments?
I think, I think the thing that keeps holding me up, or has been holding me up, but the more I think about it, I don't know this really hang up, is just this being able to rent to people that are not the school district employees. Because that will be our reality. What's a bummer is that we can't do what we originally planned, which is to do market rate with a combination of the teachers. You know, I don't know, this is a tough one. Just to say that. I mean, I always have felt this was a good investment for our school district. It will continue to increase as time goes on. It will never go down. It'll be a great thing for us. But lawyers really get in the way, don't they? So anyway, I'm still a little bit.
The next item on the agenda is the financing. That I'd like to, let me finish my thoughts.
Okay.
So what I'd like to make a motion that we vote to go ahead with the 70, and then the next discussion is on the financing. Do I have a second on that at all?
I'll second your 70. The motion to move forward with 70.
Please raise your hands. All against, please raise your hands. Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now we're going to go ahead to 14C, the financing options. Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Board President. And so now that we have identified our interest in terms of moving forward with the 70-unit project for workforce housing, we have Makiko Sato and from ISM and Catherine Jacobson, RSBC Capital Markets, to discuss funding options. And so we would look at a combination of possibly using our bond funding as well as COPs, or also an option that we could fully fund the project using solely the bond proceeds.
From Measure G.
Hi, good evening, President Verdal, Board of Trustees, Dr. Williams, and members of the public. I'm Catherine Jacobson with RBC, and I'm here to provide an update on financing options for the project. I know the district has spent a lot of time, one-on-ones, two-on-twos, board workshops, board meetings, really thinking about this and the best strategy for the district. So, and it's been a long time coming. So it's exciting to finally be able to make some decisions here. And what we wanted to lay out with for you this evening was first to recap the project costs that Lev and the Brookwood team just went over, remind you of the initial assumptions that have gone into most of the financing scenarios that we've been contemplating up to this point. And then talk about 3 different funding composition between, the project will be funded with a combination of general obligation bonds and potentially some general fund backed CDs. So to start on this first slide, this is information you've seen before, but just a quick recap. As you saw from the previous presentation, the comprehensive cost of the 70-unit project is or has been estimated at 55 million. The district spent about 3.5 so far, leaving 51.4 million in a funding gap that you'll have to determine how to backfill. There's baseline assumptions built into the current scenarios, financing scenarios. One is that the baseline discount to rental rates would be set at 70% of market rates, based on information provided by the Brookwood team. To address Trustee Villalobos's comment, these are not set in stone. If there's absolutely flexibility to make an adjustment somewhere, it will just have some sort of impact on the COP, one of the COP scenarios, the max COP scenario, because a little less revenue will be coming in at the lower one-bedroom apartment rental rate that I can't run, without looking at the numbers. But I think there's enough cushion in the scenarios we've run where it shouldn't impact materially the numbers that we'll show you. But you can see listed at the bottom here what those 70% of market rates would be for each type of unit. Again, our numbers are assuming a vacancy rate of 5%. And again, the escalator of 3% annually. So now looking at financing scenarios, we wanted to first talk about bookends. One bookend is that the district first looks at maximizing how much in COPs you can raise that's backed by the general fund. As a reminder, any shortfall in rental revenues against this debt would have to be in competition with your general operating. Because it is general fund debt. However, there was a pretty decent cushion built in even to our maximum scenario. So let's say you want to, so we're just going to focus before, in preparation, we weren't sure whether we would be looking at 45 or 70. So I'll just focus on the 70 scenarios, which is the bottom half of the page here. So if you were to look at maximizing the rental revenues to securitize COPs, we're suggesting a max of about 23 million. That leaves a little over 28 million that would need to be backfilled for Measure G. Now, knowing that Measure G was for 70 million, the balance available for other improvements around the district, aside from workforce housing, in this scenario would be 41.7 million. The pros of this scenario are that this is maximizing the cost sharing with the community. The district's putting the general fund up, as well as the taxpayers paying back the debt on their property tax bills. It also maximizes the rental stream that you'll be receiving from tenants to pay debt. Of course, this scenario, because it has the biggest general fund debt associated with it, has the largest risk to the general funds if rental revenues do not materialize. I'll pause quickly. Any questions on the scenario before I show you the next bookend? Okay. So the next bookend is no COPs, no general fund debt. You fund the project entirely with Measure G funds. This is a simple calculation. There's 51.4 million left to fund. That would entirely come out of Measure G dollars, leaving the balance of about 18.5 million for other capital improvements around the district. The biggest pro here is the general fund has zero risk. This is all being paid back by your community in the form of their property tax bills. The con is there's less funding for other projects through the Measure G program. There is a political risk that you're not cost sharing with the community. Where most districts, if not all districts that have funded workforce housing up to that we know of today have done it with a piece of COPs. So the last scenario is a newer scenario to the conversation, and it's kind of a middle ground. What if we do a COP, but it's not leveraging the revenues to the max? It's not that it's providing more insulation to the general fund while still showing the districts putting its own capital up as well to cost share with the community. So we ambiguously picked, in this case, $8 million as a middle ground, halfway between 0 and 23 million-ish, $8 million at the sample of COP. This provides a much bigger insulation to the general fund were the legislation not to pass in the next few years, and there'd be more vacancies than anticipated, for you to be able to absorb that without impacting your operations. An $8 million COP leaves $43.4 million coming out of Measure G bond funds, with the balance of $26.5 million left for other capital improvements. This number could be 8, it could be 10, but that's roughly the middle ground range that we were focusing on. So the final slide, if you just ignore the top matrix, the bottom matrix shows you each of the numbers I just went over next to each other in summary form, so you can more easily gauge the differences between the 3 scenarios. So with that, I will pause and ask if there are any questions.
CC, you can't ask a question.
Okay, do you have questions about the financing, different choices?
You can make a public comment.
Oh,
She can make a public, she can find for public comment.
did you want to make a public?
Oh, she did.
Oh.
Gonna make a public comment on that. On this item?
Oh,
Sure,
okay.
it's Bill.
She can fill it out afterwards, I think.
Thank you.
Time.
Public comment. I just want to ask, there's a calculation being done, like how many units can be rented to fully fund the debt? For example, if there's, let's say 70 units, right? If the revenue generated from, let's say, 50 unit can fully fund, can generate 38 million revenue, right? And then we know, okay, we probably borrow somewhere around there because it creates positive cash flow. So I'm just wondering if that study has been done. So, but then if then we were able to rent the rest, of the unit, then that's just additional revenue. So where's that sweet spot?
No, can't answer. Can't have a discussion.
Anyway,
Thank you.
that's my comment.
Thank you.
I think I do have a question, but I'm still thinking about it. Well, it's a very important, discussion and a lot of money. If we used the whole GO bond to pay for the housing of 70 units, how quickly do you see the turnaround from the rents that are coming back?
That's maybe a better question for Brookwood because your projections have that cash flow coming in.
Lev, you have to go to the podium.
Here.
No living room, we were being filmed.
Okay, let me reword it.
I kind of think I know where you're going,
So if we
Yeah,
pay for and complete, it's zero balance.
right.
there's no general fund issue.
Right.
How quickly do we see the turnaround to the rents going into our general fund?
Well, right away, I mean, assuming, let's say lease up takes a year, you would, I think we anticipated. I did the math today, would be a revenue of about 1.7 million. If it was 45 units, and then it jumps to 2.7 million with the 70 units. So depending on your vacancy rate, you're bracketed somewhere between 1.7 and 2.7 million dollars of revenue a year coming from the rents. And I think the answer to Cece's question is the max COP that you can fund with the 45 unit project. And she was saying 50 units, but if you had 45 units rented, that can fund 12 million and change of COP financing charges. Right? That's what you have up there. I'm assuming that was the maximum. At 45 units, that's the maximum COP you could afford. So, and what Brookwood had toyed with was if the first phase is 38 million to build and the second phase was 14 million, what if we finance the first phase of 38 million with the geo bond and then the COP, the second phase with 14 million from the COP bond? So it's very close. 12 million. But that was the idea that if we got into the project and decided at some point we needed to stop and not do the extra 25 units, that we wouldn't have pulled the COP bond and had any financing charges for it. We would just have the geo bond funds. And that would take about half of the 70 million, leaving the other 32 million for other uses in the district for other projects.
So my question then would be for, I guess, the superintendent, is $26 million enough to fix everything that we need to fix?
$26 million is not enough to fix everything. $1 million, 26 million, 70 million. We just have the need that far exceeds what we're generating from our bonds, which was the same issue with our previous bond. So we're always going to have projects that are going to outcost the bond. So
how is this bond money going to affect, like earlier we saw the wish lists from the different schools? How is our decision on the financing going to affect those wish lists?
So we'll be able to finance as many projects as we have money to do so. So the more funds that we have, then the more projects we can finance. As that money is lessened by, other projects, including workforce housing, then fewer projects can be addressed. So
I just wanted to clarify, if we used 100% of it with the geo bonds, then there's no risk to the general fund. And then that money that comes in with the rents within a year or so, once we start collecting the rents, that goes into the general fund and can be used for other construction or other things on the wish list ongoing forever. Because that's money, that's basically bond money that's been turned into the general fund that would then, as projects come up or repairs, we have that money coming in on a yearly basis. So it's not a one-time thing, whether it's 26 or 18 million, it's money coming in every year that can be used for their wish lists all the time.
Is it the same situation if you do the financing part?
There might be some balance from the rents, but it would be much smaller, because of the finance charges, and we'd have to work with Catherine to figure out, we're estimating rents and she knows what the finance charges will be over time, so we have to go back and look at that kind of a cash flow.
I don't know, we didn't, there's not the analysis of the part COPs just for the phase 2 and not for the phase 1. But the one concern that I would have is if you just rely on revenues for like district builds. Like $1 million is not enough to do anything that CC is doing. You need like 10 million to do something significant, you know, and we have ongoing business as we're deficit spending, you know, ongoing business that we'll have to invest those revenues into. And so you know, my gut feeling is we should go part COP here because we want to keep some of the funds for district building stuff that we have on our master facilities plan. But not overly go COP because, you know, we don't want to put too much at risk, but
Well, and
not doing building projects is also a risk. Like, it's not like, and there's no risk because we didn't have money for building stuff and there's no money in that deferred maintenance fund that I saw.
We
So,
won't get any
you know,
either.
if there's a issue that happens that costs $1 million, it's just difficult to plan for it.
So the combination one, the option that was a combination, you said that could be 8 million or 10 million, or you could find a sweet spot in there. But it gives more to the immediate wish list for the geo bond and also doesn't put a great risk on our general fund, but at least we're participating, we've got skin in the game.
Yeah, I think to Luke's point, if you kind of think about the numbers, you know, backing in, that just given that the 45 units could fund a $13 million CPI, COP, that if you do it 8 to 10, you could fill 45 or less and still have enough money to pay your debt.
So I just wanted to clarify, is Makiko still online? Because okay, so I wanted to clarify, so I don't recall, but we have examined that we would see the return on the rentals as soon as a month in terms of proceeds. I thought you said, someone said that we could see a quick turnaround of proceeds from the rent.
So sorry, Dr. Williams. Oh, I was just going to say it is a Brookwood question. It's about how quickly the units could be rented out. And so if it takes a year to fill up the whole units, then, you know, the rents would coming in would correspond with that. So it just depends on how quickly the whole project is built and how quickly all the units are rented out.
And we would suggest that the district save the COPs to be the part of the last tranche of financing for exactly for that reason. You want to delay the borrowing of any COP debt and because the construction period you add on to the lease up period. So it's more than a year from when you sell the debt. You know, it's 2 or 3 years to when you're realizing the full stream of revenue.
The other thing is that generally construction contracts are written with a retainer. So let's say you spend $50 million on a construction project, you're $5 million of that, you're not paying the contract until the very, very end. So, you know, you'd want that to come out of COPs because you wouldn't have much finance charge on it. The lease up, you know, we've all probably heard anecdotally about the Jefferson Union Elementary School lease up that took longer than they thought, but because they had a lot of delays in construction and people had made commitments to the leases of where they were, and then when the project was ready, open, they couldn't break their leases and move in right away. So, and you could maybe speak of the same thing, you know, what happened at JHSD, that it took a while just because people had commitments that they had to overcome. So if you say it's a year lease up and you say you're gonna, you know, $2 million would be your normal cash flow after a year, you would take the 6-month period and say, okay, we're probably gonna have $1 million worth of cash flow at the end of the year rather than the 2 million with a full lease up. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It still doesn't, like, I mean, we want it to be affordable housing for our staff, and these numbers are still too high. I mean,
Well, still 1,000 a month market, below market rate, so I mean,
I know,
that's
but
good on anyone's
I'm
plate.
comparing it to what our staff is getting paid and how much they can afford. Cause they are great rates if you're, you know, making, you know, substantial money. But
Those
for
rents were
the new teachers that would be looking at it, the new, you know, gardeners or drivers or.
We projected those rents out, you know, the 2 years further to when construction would be done. So, you know, $2,000 or $2,200 rent then is probably a $2,000 a month rent now, so there's escalation that's already been assumed that would happen naturally on the market. So as the market goes up, you know, we go up with it, but still that 70% mark, and yeah, we would love to be able to try to reduce it down to, 60% market rate. So it would be a goal, and it would just, that would be somewhat dependent on the final construction dollars, when we get the bids from contractors and on the vacancy rate and how fast it leases up and all those things.
Well, I'm just curious about other board members, how they feel about the rental costs for the one bedroom.
I think,
And the
well,
the salaries
we can
that
we can
we're
adjust, we can adjust that as the loans get paid down. Then we have the wiggle room to adjust those rents. Up or down, which should probably be down. I think Jefferson High School is lowering their rents to 50%. I mean, but they've been able to lower it since they opened as
then
things went by.
also with
So the goal would be for us to be able to, we start with this. And I think giving any family $1,000 a month break in rent is good for anyone. But then the hope would be we could bring the rents down to maybe the 50% level, if it's fully occupied, things like that. We don't have to always adjust up. We'd have the ability to adjust down, depending on the loans. So as long as we don't have too much loan debt.
Also, with the increase in revenue, we may be able to give raises.
Yeah.
We may be able to give raises. So we want to have this project on the table because that may give us a little bit more money coming into the district. And we're making a lot of budget cuts and we're making a lot of adjustments. So the salaries that we're paying now, hopefully will not be the same in the future. So let's think about it that way. But I agree with you. Right now, looking at the prices, they're not, that's not really much. Like a lot of people who work for us could not afford that now, so.
I think they're also adjusted for, people are married or there's a double income or something. It's not that you're thinking of a single salary. Where a lot of one bedrooms would possibly be a couple that would have a double income. I guess this we have.
I was just gonna say, I think if looking at these, the small COPs, option 2 looks good to me. Because we're leaving some money in that Measure G bond, because as much as we can say everybody voted for workforce housing, they were also voting for technology and stuff that's gonna happen in the classroom. So I want to make sure we still do have money to do that. And the reality is, yes, we're gonna get money into the general fund, but it's gonna be a solid 2 years. I mean, it's construction, and that's probably generous. So anyway, I'd rather lean towards leaving a little bit more in the Measure G proceeds. And the one that I see here is the small COPs option.
So the
number
option 2 with maybe 8 or 10 million and they can lay that out.
Yeah, but that's my thoughts on that.
Are enough people leaning towards that option to make a motion for that option?
How much of a,
For where it's part COPs and that leaving more in the general fund.
looking at
for
option
project, yeah.
but I'm just worried about the general fund too, and that's where the stress is gonna come from. And so if we're putting any stress on the general fund and we're not able to do raises or, lower the rents,
So you would be
I'm
leaning
gonna
toward,
say we're not landlords.
but so you'd
And
be,
we're not
you're,
a school district that has a huge amount of money, for just in case if this happens. And so that's what worries me is that,
so which option are you leaning towards then?
well, I think we need to save some money for future bond work. And I think we need to do a little bit of COP, but I want to know specifically what the risk is to the general fund with that payment that we have to pay. And so that's not in here. And so I don't feel like I have enough information for a decision that is this big.
So could we vote on option 2? Where it would be a combination of a lower COP and less of the bond money, so that we're both involved, but then the actual, whether it be 8 million or 10 million, we could work out at a future workshop. But at least we could decide on an option at this point.
The other thing I'm thinking about is, well, how much are those wish lists going to come up to? Because the money goes really quick when you're doing these projects. I mean, it's.
But they'll prioritize it. The way I see it is what the amount that we have left for the projects, then they'll prioritize their wish list and then we'll pick and choose from their wish list as to what's available. But we have to, time's running out on making a decision. And so, in the
But
case
it's a
of not
big
being able to push it,
decision.
yeah, but
So,
it's
you
been
know, I don't want to
10
feel
years.
pressured, you know.
What about, we put some parameters in, I am leaning towards option 2 as well.
Option what?
2, which is what you just decided with the
Yeah.
small COP. However, I would prefer that we delay using the COP until phase 2. That would be my preference. And then we can kind of look at how much we want to borrow. That's like, you know, protects our general fund the most, makes it so that you feel comfortable running the district. So I would like some information. I would like you guys to come back like, this is how much we feel we can risk. That's my. Yeah, I know we can, but like, I know this is making me, like, I feel like I'm in Las Vegas and and I hate it. I want you to know I hate this.
I think your odds are much better here. Than that.
Yeah, I want to minimize the risk to the general fund, so I would like to delay as long as we can borrowing money. So,
So could we vote on the option 2 where it's part of both and start the construction with the geo funds, but then work out how much is the exact amount it's going to be over the next couple months? Can that, while construction is starting?
So basically, there's other scenarios of the small COP
Yeah.
that have not been yet put on the table,
Yes.
which is what we brought up
So
earlier.
could we agree tonight on the small COPs and then,
But not the amount. And work the details?
I wouldn't recommend that in all earnest and just doing my due diligence for you as your superintendent. I would recommend that we have those numbers considering the situation that we're in. I do know we need to make a decision. However, I want us to make the most informed decision with the most information. And so I do want to remind us that, Lev, I believe you said that there is an option that if we move forward and we figure out somewhere in the project that we're unable to fund phase 2, meaning 25 additional units, then we can negotiate or pause the work. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think, you know, the important thing in terms of getting the best price is being able to give the builder the opportunity to let us know how they would want to deliver the units. You know, when we start construction and do all of the concrete work and all of the framing for all the first tranches of units before they did any concrete on the second tranche of units, or would they do all the concrete work? And we want to let them sort of tell us what the best sequence is for them. And then once we have that information and we see the overall budget, then we could, if needed, sit down and say, okay, we've got a stopping point. We need to work with you to establish how much of the utilities are we going to build, where are we going to stop? How do we deal with, you know, terminating the driveway, you know, entrances and all of the details we have to do. It would be a challenge, but it's doable.
So
Could we
move forward on this vote?
Could we vote,
Without that information?
just do a phase 1 structure of the of the geo bond?
We could do a phase 1.
And then pause on the phase 2 financing structure until we have the updated numbers of.
So this is, okay, wait. I don't feel comfortable, and as I'm speaking for myself, making financial decisions when we don't have all the financial information.
We have to give them this vote and parameter for them to get that financial information.
But it doesn't seem like we are. If we vote to just do phase 1, then when they go to talk to the construction company, they're talking about just phase one, right? They're not talking.
Yeah, we're talking about
70
both.
When we bid it to the construction company, we bid it as if they're building the whole thing.
Okay.
You guys can release the funds for the project. Generally, you would release the funds for the project in little bits as they're billing for the work over time. So
Okay.
you don't have to have, $70 million lined up tomorrow. You just have to know that you have the funds as the cash flow is necessary over the course of construction. So we had talked about releasing the funds for the first phase, so that the contractor knows that money is there, and they're gonna be very, that'll incentivize them to really to go after the project. And then once we have a full nut of what their costs are gonna be, we can go back and adjust how much of the COP is used versus how much of the GO is used.
Okay, and right now, let me read over, we're voting for
Would we have-
financial options. Do we have to follow the options that are presented, or can we come up with our own option?
You can come up with your own option that we would examine and have to bring that information back.
But if we voted on option 2 now, we would still have time to adjust if it was 10 million or 8 million, once we've approved that and they've started. That amount could be, you were saying could be adjusted.
But that's what
As we go.
that's not recommended by you. You just
No.
said not to do that.
So the 8 or
Yeah.
10 are, oh,
No, I said not to do that in terms of a scenario that we've not vetted.
Right.
And so I've not presented that and I've not examined it personally, so I don't know the impact. And so the two options that I am recommending before you are options that we actually vetted, we've talked about over months. And we worked them, we brought them to you based on feedback. We reworked them again, re-examined, and so now they're before you. So if in fact there isn't a change, then I would like the opportunity to go back and to re-examine the impact.
so if we voted for option 2, where it was the 8 million that you have up there and how you have it written, and get this all started. And then as they get the bids and the bid out for the 70 and everything and figure out all those. If there was an adjustment that you vetted, you could there'd still be time for you to bring that to us to alter. But I mean, at least this would get us started and down that path.
So my recommendation would be out of one of the two options one of the three options, excuse me, I know there's three, but.
Yeah,
I said two.
what's your
I apologize.
recommendation? I'm trying to get, I'm relying on you all as experts. You have option 1, which is all COPs maximized. There's option 3, which is the GO bond. And then there's option 2 with the 8 million COP proceeds.
So I'm recommending the one with the smaller COP, which creates a larger GO bond left for some of our projects on our project list.
And I just want to remind, we just watched Cece's presentation where the portables are going to cost either 9 million or 19 million. And the part COP has 26 million left for projects.
But she was also saying that you can't replace them with portables anyway.
Yeah,
So
and
they're gonna
then
be
also,
Deals.
we have to think about,
different.
are we gonna need all of those portables
Well,
classrooms?
They're a portable right now, but they could be any other thing that could happen in the district.
Right.
So,
Can I make a motion?
I was gonna make a motion to vote on option 2.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Would you like to second it?
Yes, then I'll second your motion for option number 2, the small COPs.
All in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes. Oh, all
Can I-
against? Please raise
Can
your
I just say why is because I don't have all the numbers and I just don't feel like I can make a sound decision.
Okay, wait for it.
So,
But
Yeah, motion
I
passes.
just want to be clear that for option 2, we do have the numbers here. It's not a lack of having financial information for option 2. We do have financial
Well, let
information.
me just say, I don't have the information I need as far as the rents and how that's going to impact option 2. So that's why I'm voting no.
Are you saying you don't know that?
We have
For that?
left, we have
We're in the
a
middle of it.
motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the motion passes 4-1. And I think 10:30s are cut off to extend.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so we need to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know.
Thank you.
Long-winded librarian.
You want to go ahead? Want to go ahead and vote to extend?
Yeah, that library, those librarians. We need. Can we take it?
Yeah, take a 5 minute.
We need to vote to extend the meeting past 10:30, so for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, for another 30 minutes.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting.
Okay, all in favor? And we'll have a 3-minute.
Who
Quick break.
seconded? I'm sorry.
Oh.
Who seconded?
My second.
And we'll have
Can they say that?
two.
We're taking a 3-minute break. 3 minutes, yeah. 3 minutes, yeah. Thank you.
Cece, can you go in the hallway?
Good evening, Board President Berdahl, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Williams. Tonight, we would like to bring forth a recommendation to adopt the Pacifica School District Certificated and Classified Seniority List. Each year, the seniority list for both certificated and classified employees are prepared with all permanent and probationary classified employees, whether represented or not by the union, and include all classifications and length of service in each position. Length of service is either hours and paid status or negotiated date of hire. The seniority lists are then circulated to the respective employees to be updated. This school year, each respective seniority list was distributed to all employees via a Google form. Employees had the opportunity to confirm their seniority information from November 18th, 2024 through December 4th, 2024. The Human Resources Department of the Pacifica School District reviewed and revised the seniority list as needed based on the responses from employees. This circulation and updating of seniority lists is an annual process. The Pacifica School District certificated and classified employee seniority list were attached to the agenda for review by the Board of Trustees. Therefore, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt the Pacifica School District certificated and classified seniority list.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, do I have a motion to adopt the Pacifica School District Certificated and Classified Seniority List?
I'll make a
Yeah,
I'll make a
glad to.
motion to adopt.
I'll second.
All in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, item E, update of job description for the program manager, behavioral and related services, and corresponding classified management salary schedule.
We would also like to bring forth a recommendation to update the job description for the program manager, behavioral and related services, and corresponding classified management salary schedule. The changes in the job description for program manager, behavioral and related services include changing the classification from certificated management to classified management with a corresponding work year and salary. This job description will also be reflected in an updated classified management salary schedule. This job description in the past had been changed to a certificated management position because a credentialed administrator was hired into the role for the school year 2022-2023. Therefore, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the reclassification for the position of program manager, behavioral related services job description from certificated management to classified management, along with the update of the classified management salary schedule to reflect this change.
Any questions? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the updated job description and corresponding salary schedule?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, item 15, Board of Trustees, Superintendent's recap and future agenda items. Maybe less than this one.
I just want to address one comment that was made earlier. LSDA's president made a comment that, I don't know what it was about, but allegedly she said one of the trustees call her unprofessional. And her statement was, if you call her unprofessional, you're calling all the teachers unprofessional. And I found that comment very divisive. Because we as a district, everyone here, the board, the employee, the cabinet, the teachers, the classified staff, we are one district. We are on the same team. And I really don't like when people make statements like that because we can address each other individually and have our own opinions. And I don't even know if that happened or not. So I'm gonna just say it allegedly happened. But even if it did happen, everyone is well within their right to speak on an individual. And that it applies to that individual. So I really did not like that comment because it pits the teacher union against the trustees. And we are one team. And I don't want us to ever think that it's us against them because we are here for our children. And so I really wanted to circle back on that because that really just rubbed me the wrong way. And so I wanted to address it. I don't know if it happened or not, but if anybody, any individual speaks on another individual, it is about that individual and not about the group. So that was my statement.
Thank you.
I'll just make a afterthought about, the public comments is with public comments or, when board members are sitting down with CSEA or LSEA members, my expectations are that we're going to be speaking to each other in a pleasant, not necessarily a pleasant tone, but something that's respectable. And that's just the standard that I want to have, that we talk to each other like grown-ups. We talk to each other if we have disagreements. Example, tonight, you just saw, not everybody agreeing on very important subjects. But we're not going to yell at each other. We're not going to raise our voices and whatnot. And so my hope is that we are all on the same team. And so if we could all just be a little bit more respectful to each other, I think that would be, make it a better place for the kids too.
Anyone else? Any future agenda items?
Needy, we're gonna miss you.
Yes. Okay, should I let her drop the hammer?
Oh, we have to go back.
Oh,
I know.
oh, there's one other thing.
Let's go back to our item.
What are we-
Can I read?
One more.
On the resolution. Going back to item.
Okay, so resolution 2024-12-18A, delegation, no, this one?
See.
Action item
C,
C.
yeah, that's.
I thought we did see.
We've done that one a couple
Is that
times.
Where they appointed selected committee members to do the.
Yeah, C, we have to identify the two,
Divisional.
They can,
the two committee members.
but can we do that? We were gonna do the
Oh.
committees, when we get the next.
This is for the.
No, for the provisional,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
for the,
Okay, I don't have that one in front of me.
So we just have to pick.
yes, so just two
Okay,
people.
so provisional appointees,
Yeah, the screening committee.
a screening committee consists
For
of
the new trustee.
Right.
Who wants to read resumes and?
screening, yeah, screening committee
I'll do
for,
it if you want. For my name and
I mean, I can if you want, unless someone else wants to do it. Can I put Needy's name back on top?
All right.
Okay, so,
You got it.
Elizabeth.
And Elizabeth.
okay, do we have to vote on that? or
Yes,
just
you
volunteer?
do.
Okay,
It's an action.
so I guess we,
So I'll make
Okay.
a motion to nominate
yourself,
myself and trustee Bradal to be the committee to
read resumes.
read resumes.
I second it.
You say this.
Green candidates.
All in favor, please raise your
It's
hand.
my last vote.
Motion passes.
Yeah. All right, that's it.
All right,
It
and
was a
gavel us out.
public-